How we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Friday. I know we had a big OTA for Snap, but we're gonna play. Oh, I'm gonna turn the Dark Legion sound a little bit. I know we had a big OTA for Snap, and we're gonna dive into some data and talk about that. Like 45 minutes to an hour. But the DC collector game I've been playing for months now finally released a character I've been waiting for a long time. So we're gonna try and pull a bunch of copies of her and build and play with her for a minute. So Snap in like 45 minutes to an hour or so. First, I have comic book friends to recruit. Your Starfire pulls should be great. I used up all the bad luck. Hey, that's a 5 pity off Arsenal. We'll take those. I want Arsenal shards. It's a good hot start to the morning. Not as hot as we could be, but you know, we take those. I had 480 shards to start, and I've got some planet coins loaded up to buy more. With average variance, I'm hoping to get to 1 purple. So we'll see. Uh-oh, this one's taking a little bit. Woo, doggy. Wanted a couple of copies. Wanted a couple of copies of Arsenal, he says. I'm like 99% sure this is the weapon I have on Arsenal as well, so. Excellent. Excellent. There's our first lady. You got to 3 blue and 200 pulls. That is solidly above average. Much like that 10 pull. You know what? If most of our misses are Arsenal, I'm gonna be pretty happy. The greater community seems to not be too hot on Arsenal, but I wanna try some builds with him because he's the third outsider you can build with. Ivy's better than Penguin. Penguin's the third one on the banner. Raven's a decent random. I just got my Raven to 1 red. All right. 30 more pulls till we're at 200. Okay, so we're 180 in, and we got 2 copies. That's running right about average. Usually it's about 100 pulls per copy with average variance. Gacha players, the rate up is a lie. Maybe. Cyborg's not bad, actually. That's a good random too. I want to roll him up to test him in some teams with her. Starheart Staff. I think Starheart Staff's one of the better weapons out of here. Don't mind extra copies of that. Early Penguin's not, you know. Penguin's definitely not a playable unit. Poor guy. His animations are adorable. He's just not very good. All right, can we hit her again in this next 10? That would put us to exactly average. Look at that. We're so exactly average. This is 3 copies and 300 pulls. Not bad, not bad. Whoo! All right, so the way the pity system in this game works, this is obviously not the ones we're looking for, but you can only have 3 misses before you're guaranteed to get the banner character, the bleed character, whatever they call it in this game. I always call them banners because I played Genshin for forever. So hitting these 2 early means at most at 100 pulls, I get another Starfire. And if we run hot and hit any mythic sooner, it's faster than that. So we should be good. Should be good for 4. Cool. And that was a little bit early on that one as well. Exactly average is what my wife tells me all the time. Well, as long as you're all upfront about it. She knew what she was getting herself into. All right. I think we're guaranteed our next Starfire within the average threshold. of 100 per. Okay, yeah, so we're 380 pulls in at 4 copies, so this should get me my 5th, and then I have some planet coins in the bank that'll hopefully get me my 6th. One purple's my goal this morning, which is 6 copies. Okay, those are 2 early ones again. There's another tectonic for my my boy. What's his name? Roy. That is another early one right off the bat. What's going on, dearie? We're gonna play plenty of Snap today, but I've been waiting for Starfire to release in this game for a really long time. So let's see how far that gets me, and then we might pull some more. Eventually I want to push her higher than where she's at. So let's put her in the what's it called? Give her some levels. Thank you for the almost 2 years, Derry. Welcome back. If folks haven't seen me play so far, I've been playing this one daily since it launched, like, back in March. I love me a character collector game. This one does a lot right. How's improving character rating? So this is uses the Gacha model of you can pull multiple copies to make their stats better. And I'm a little bit of PvP whaley, which usually means you need like 5 for the top end of PvP. Usually you need 5 or more copies to use them there. You can use them in like PvE and other content before then usefully, or if you're lower levels of PvP. But my dorks this far in with what I spend, plus I get some currency for being in their content creator program. I'm towards the upper top end of my server for PvP stuff. Or are we one short of 1 purple? Yeah, so you can see here, like, these are their skills, and then as you get more copies, the numbers on the skills get a bit better. So I'm gonna grab at least 1 more copy of her this morning. Maybe more if we hit good variants. This game is a character collector RPG game, so it uses the DCIP, so there's lots of, if you're familiar with the DCIP, there's lots of characters in here, and then you're mixing and matching different characters on different teams with different type bonuses, like for, where'd our new girl go? Let me filter by. So, Starfire here. She has 3 different typings. She's a Teen Titan and an Outsider and an Energy Wielder, and you get different bonuses for deploying characters on the same team. So it's about collecting characters, then putting together with groups that synergize. She's a support healer character. So I'm gonna pull 1 more copy of her this morning, I think. Hopefully. Pretty sure I have enough resources to do that. Shazam! It's close to 1 purple for me too. All right, so we're out of pulls. And so usually that means they give me an offer. Switch it over to coins. I'd like to spend my coins on this item. I'd like to find some more friends, please. That's an okay weapon. Best OTA in Snap history. Quite possibly. Cyborg. Yep, I want some more cyborgs. Whoo! What a phenomenal list. I don't think I've ever hit 2 of the bleed character at the same time before. I've hit like some 3s and 4s. But that's a good one. That's a good one. Tempa, thank you for re-upping that Prime. I appreciate the 2 months. Welcome back. Animated Taco, thank you for the 22 months. Sorry, I almost missed that one, by the way. Good morning, good morning. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. All right, that's a good stopping place for her. Let's spend her stars up and put some gear on her. Can't stop now. I think that's a fine. I'm gonna push her up eventually, but I might roll. She's on the banner, the bleed for 4 weeks. I might do some scarecrow pulls. I think she's probably pretty reasonable here. Okay, so we gotta put, I have her signature weapon. At 4 white. I've had that one for a little while. Do I have all typed? I have almost all tagged gear for her, which is nice. I think I could steal tagged gear from someone else for her belt. Wow, do I not have any Titan or Outsider belts? That's so unlucky. What's sad? So if they have a tag on the gear, they get an extra bonus on the character. So I'll need to roll some more of this type of gear to try and look for a belt for her to get that on. And then I've got a bunch of these. Let's transmute. So transmute's a resource that lets you get extra stats on there. So we'll save the healing bonus for now, but I think I want to roll her gear to have 2 modifiers on these pieces. I have a good amount saved up. Oh, just scaling her attack is best? Yeah, I'd believe that. Most of her stuff scales off of attack, yeah. So now that we're at 2 at the next level, I'm going to roll a little bit looking for modifiers that we like. I will save that over what we have. I might leave this for now, but I'm gonna roll some of the other ones. We might come back to this because we do want attack on her, but her having sustain's not terrible. I'd rather have energy gain than dodge, I think. Ooh, that's a lot of dodge, though. I honestly really hope, and we'll see how it plays out. We're gonna dig through some data for Snap. I think I like the dodge more than that one. Healing taken up. That's okay, but I think I'm gonna roll this a little bit more. I don't want her healing taken up increased. I don't think. I want her. She's a support for other people. That's probably pretty decent. It's an attack boost and healing bonus. Let's roll. I've got 2 other pieces we need to put points into, so we'll see where these end up at. Save effect resistance for now. We'll save attack for now. I think I'm fine with that. We're probably not keeping the 1x anyways. I might also steal a piece or 2 off of Raven and switch them around. We'll see. Is she a better healer than Doggo? She's a little bit different than Doggo. She, what's the word I'm searching for? She provides some damage reduction, and she explicitly has... Does she do attack down? This might actually be a fine keep. She provides one of her skills reduces attack, right? So accuracy is not worthless on her. Or am I forgetting? Yeah, reducing attack by 15%. That's actually probably a fine roll for her. So you gotta put 4,000 into here before you can get to the 2x, or mostly just rolling through here till we get to the 2. That's not terrible. Maybe I keep that. What's this belt have on it? Do I have any better belts? I usually don't roll. I wish I could click it and see what these modifiers were when I'm in this screen here. That'd be nice for looking to steal gear. Let me go look at a couple of their belts real quick. So Penguin had a belt she could use. Crit resist. She has a belt we could borrow. HP. I don't really use any of these characters. Dodge. Oh, and then where is... She's up here. I probably don't mind taking the dodge. Oh, I could look at what this one was too. I was gonna take the extra HP for now. I gotta go remember to put a belt back on. Back on what's her name? So we did that. Like keeping these, healing bonus, attack, dodge is all right. Those are probably good enough for now. Let's dump a bunch of force into her. Been sitting on a bunch of this. Definitely. We're probably just maxing all of it, honestly. Except for the big skills that are really expensive. This one's definitely going to the top. Secondary said 2-drops cannot have universal effects. They made Elsa and 3-2. With that perspective, should the new Killmonger cost 2? I don't think I would be shocked if Killmonger doesn't go back to what he was before. You're right, by their definition he could be a 2-drop, but I think Killmonger is the one change in this OTA that stood out to me as is a little strange. I think all the rest of the changes seem like they're probably fine, but Killmonger being the enabler that he is. Left big skill is the most important, then middle, then right. Yeah, that tracks. I'm gonna max all these smaller nodes, I think. Could Killmonger be one-sided? I think from a flavor perspective, making him one-sided is not worthwhile, but maybe if you're just like from a balance perspective, that could be fine. Yeah, having design space for a one-sided card in the future. What does Starbolts do? Is that this one? Oh yeah, Starbolts drops their attack more consistently. Yeah, I probably don't mind a second one on that. I think we'll put more into her attack then. Everything scales off her attack, yeah. I'm not spending resources on more ACDC shards for the time being. I think I'm gonna want all my rest of my planet coins for pulls. So that's a Titan. What does Raven have on her main gear? I think this one is cracked. No, it's physical resistance. Mysterious. Attack, special defense. Does she have an outsider hit? No, she has a Titan now. I think I'm gonna swap hers and Raven's, because Raven will get more use out of dodge because she puts herself into the front line. I definitely would rather have the extra attack scaling here. I think it's telling me that this other helmet is like technically slightly more power, but I think I'd rather have the attack increase on her. Anybody else have boots that are also good on her? Let's check what his do.
I'm all over it.
What do your boots look like, Cyborg? Dodge. No, worse. All right.
Anybody need a strapping young man who's good with the bow?
Look at our strapping young man.
That was fantastic. I can see you care.
He can see that we care, chat. Google play points are out today. Yeah, good call. I'll shoot that before I forget. Perks. All right, I didn't hit an upgrade on him. Is there anybody else I'm using that I hit an upgrade on? Don't think so. I want to hold their weapons for I want a t-shirt from Google Play, chat. Look at that. Get that. They're gonna send me a t-shirt. All right. We'll take care of that once the stream's done. That's fun. normally you just get a couple of play points. Look at all that money I've spent on Google Play. Pay it off. Thanks for that. Thanks for the reminder every week, Ben. All right, should we throw her in some teams and see how she does? Oh yeah, I've got some points in here. Or did I get some more pulls? Got some more AC/DC shards. I spent all this money on Google Play and all I got was this t-shirt. Yep. Exactly. Where are we at? Squads? So I redid my squads the other day to fit her in, because 3v3s are coming up. So I think this is my Nightwing team for 3v3s with these two as supports. And I think that's from a theory perspective, this team is interesting because it gets four type bonuses with her. Which I don't think I've ever had. Sometimes you get 3 pretty consistently, but I've never had a team that leverages all 4. Which just may or may not. These 2 units are obviously very good. Roy, people seem to be pretty split on whether or not he's useful. And I think this Justice League Dark team with Scarecrow as my 5th is the one I like. I want to put him to purple while he's on this banner, I think. All right, I didn't do my PvPs yet this morning, so let's see if let's see how our lovely lady feels inside of here. I think I definitely want her on my defense. I kind of want to try. I kind of want to try the full Outsiders team and see if they just get squished or not.
I'm used to working without a net.
So we could do this. I think I want this. I could also put another sustain unit in here because Roy is technically a DPS, and Martian Manhunter does some damages too. I'm kind of curious to see if our people can stay alive against their folks here. We might just get completely skunked here. Can they keep Manhunter alive? They cannot. Yep. Nightwing stayed alive for a while there. He's actually still alive. He just wasn't able to clear through anything here. She 2x'd Raven's healing. Not quite enough to punch up on full reds though. I feel like my Nightwing just dies here. I kind of want to just play another support character and see if we could just keep everybody alive.
Don't underestimate me.
So I'm ready and waiting.
Not quite enough to beat their big bursts.
I'm used to working without a net.
All right, this isn't gonna have anybody that jumps on Roy.
I don't. My fingers
Man, Roy still died in the back there? I feel like I would have to go back and watch the replay and see what happened.
Here's me. Great Hera.
The rest of them are still alive, and Nightwing and John are still alive here, so I have to imagine we clear through. We killed their DPS. There's just some question of if we can deal enough damage to get through there.
Great Hera.
They're very tanky things in front.
My fate is survival.
The darkness fears me.
Fate is like slowly losing HP here.
The darkness.
Their shields are just so big. You stall out against their shields with these last two some of the time.
Is survival.
Great Hera. The darkness fears me.
My fate is survival.
I hate using my Meta Brawl tickets to try new lineups. I mean, that's just what you have to do, right?
Is survival.
It's just like, yeah, we stalled out here again. I probably had a different character in the back that wasn't Roy that just died. He just didn't do any damage there. I feel like I need to watch the replay and see what happened to Roy. Did he die to... Who hit him? Did he just die to like Constantine's hit? Yeah, he just died to Constantine's hit.
Great Hera.
Not Hellmans, thank you for the 17 buns.
The darkness fears me.
Roy's probably a character we play
Great Hera.
for 3v3s. Just because teams tend to be a little weaker there, but he's probably not someone we could reasonably play here. Who else do I want then? So we have the Titans bonus between these three. I can just throw Batgirl in and just like not really have any synergy bonuses. I could also throw Doggo in as a third way to keep these people alive. What does Cyborg do for us? Cyborg gives a Titans bonus, but do you have any tips for beginners in this game? Yeah, make sure you buy the bleed pull for 60 gems every day, or whatever it's called, out of the shop. That's one of the best rates for your early resources. And then make a plan for the characters that are going to be in the bleed. Look up the order that the bleed characters happen, and like map out which ones you want to pull for. Typically, you want to make sure you can pull 2 copies of a character if you're going to play with it. Get it to at least 5 white. And usually it's about 100 pulls per character. So unless you're spending a bunch, you're not going to pull for everything, but you can map out and pick which ones you go for. Like even me, someone who spends a bit and has plenty of resources, like I don't pull every character. I pick and choose so I can get the ones that I want a little bit higher. So the worry here is their Deathstroke jumps onto this. So I might need some extra sustain. And Crypto shares his defense. Let's try this and see how it goes. Nightwing might just eat it here, though. I don't know if they can keep him alive. Yeah, Nightwing ate it before Constantine died, so I assume we're dead here. Ooh, can John carry with the 3 supports? Come on, John, live! Live, John, live! Alright, I think we're dying, but this was a pretty good showing for John Jones, huh? If I had a different character that wasn't Nightwing here, we probably end up okay. And then the person who asked, how do you test teams? I hate spending Meta Brawl tickets to test teams. You just have to be willing to spend Meta Brawl tickets to test teams. It's just like a card game, right? Like you can't... God, that's impressive. He ate so much. Yeah, and Nightwing just like ate it instantly. So like he like sustained a ton. So if this would have been another character that was useful and didn't just eat shit right away, we probably would have been in an okay spot. Which honestly, so John and Crypto are metahumans. A third metahuman here that's defensive could be okay. Wonder Woman or Superboy or whatever. Yeah, good advice. These games are a marathon. They're not a sprint. You can't just constantly make improvements to your characters. Like I said, I've been waiting for Starfire to come out for, I don't know, probably months since I looked at the original map and figured out which teams I wanted to build. The Titans are one of my favorite groups of characters from the DC IP. Like Starfire and Raven are some of my favorite characters in the IP. So like I knew I wanted to build teams with them. And I'm like we're probably gonna lose all 5 of my meta brawls this morning, but like that's also okay because I'm trying to figure out what works. Honestly, he's not built that well for me, but like Shazam might even be a decent. Yeah, Shazam. I think. Let me check my Shazam. I think he was close to getting a star. I might be able to put Shazam to 1 purple here. I could put a different piece of gear on him too. Kark, thank you for the 33 months. Like I could put the horn on him, increase the wearer's HP. That's probably a decent swap. If I wanna try him. His gear's not amazing either. What is his force like? His force is okay. He could be an okay 5th though. It could also just be Superboy as well though. I actually don't know who their Nightwing will jump on here.
Shazam!
I'll try this and see how it goes. It also could be that this team won't have enough damage to kill Dr. Fate Wonder Woman at the end of it. Even if we survive the initial burst, like we could go to a stall. So Shazam is a defensive taunt character, yeah, and they're what's their their Constantine actually died. They got 2 of our healers. Can Raven keep Jean up is the question. I mean, we might hit that like I talked about where we survive their initial big attack and then we just like stall out here without enough damage. It's like John's got some damage, but not a ton. Yeah, John's gonna have big numbers here, but I don't think we're winning this. At best we're tying. This game looks interesting. How's I say? It's pretty typical character collector game. The thing I always tell people if you're gonna play a game like this is that like there's always a bigger fish. It's the type of game where you can pay for power. So the PvP aspect is definitely if you get outspent, they're going to beat you if they outspend to a degree. And there's some depth and tactics like figuring out team composition and stuff that go into there. Like you can punch up, but there is a certain degree where like if you see characters with red stars, those are like fully maxed out, and they're probably gonna beat you up regardless of how well your comp is into them. Arsenal seems like he's probably not a meta brawl character. He's rated pretty low. I think I probably want him on my 3v3 team. Okay, I'm gonna swap the weapon back on Shazam. Dr. Fate.
Truly defeated, but I'll help you anyway.
Oh, someone asked if I had John's Legacy. I do have John's Legacy piece, and I'm slowly pushing it up as well. I'm gonna round his Legacy piece out to 5 white, I think, before I pick up another. His and Starfire's I put a lot of investment into. Hopefully they give us a good. These are the only 3 outsiders in the game currently, so hopefully they give us another one that's reasonable soon. Are there any DC lore nerds in the chat? Who are characters that would end up in outsiders? Yeah, Karg. I actually we hit, what was it? I bought 30 extra pulls and I had 480 to start. So in 510 pulls, I got her to 2 purple. I did see the Swamp Thing tease. I don't think he's a what's it called, an outsider. And if you're someone that's new that likes character collector games, you gotta check out Dark Legion. This game has multiple servers in it. If you want to play with me, a lot of the endgame PvP is like alliance stuff. We have a pretty active Hoaglandia Alliance. We've got open slots. You just need to make sure you join server 215 after you make an account, because the alliances are not cross-server. All right, I want to try her in a combat cycle, I think, and then maybe the training simulator, and then we'll jump on over to Snap-In for the morning hub.
Feel my power!
So that last area I was working around in is a PvP area. Those are other humans. And then there's PvE content where, like, your different team compositions against different bosses or groups of enemies. Can be useful. Let's see if they can keep Batgirl alive through this grip. Looks like they did. Lovely.
The darkness fears me.
I think when I had Crypto, my characters died at like 45 seconds or so, or started dying, so I'm curious to see if Starfire can keep folks alive. Starfire's kit not only has healing, it also has damage reduction on it. You see the shields up on the characters. Like, does Batgirl live through the second? You can see her if I slow it down. There's a hand gripping on Batgirl, and she says controlled down here. Usually it does a lot of damage. It looks like Starfire's able to keep her alive through this. I think with Crypto she was dying.
Don't underestimate me. The darkness fears me. Don't underestimate me.
So it looks like these characters are gonna live. Then the question is, like, do they do more damage than the previous team I had in here? I think they're on track to. I think I did 45 million with Crypto on the team. Oh, he grabbed Starfire this time. Can Raven keep her alive? Hopefully.
Don't underestimate me.
One more Nightwing attack here, and we'll beat our. Okay, cool. We beat our damage. We'll beat it by a good bit if Nightwing gets an ult off. Looks like he's gonna get one more ult here. One big hit. We gonna break 50. We're gonna break 50. Nice. He's 2.3 million on a hit there. Your odd face is confused by your boards. Yeah. Oh wow, Raven actually out-healed her, but Raven also didn't get caught by the control grips. That probably matters, and she took significantly more damage. I like that she lived through. That's really nice too. Babs got grabbed twice there. I wonder if Starfire will let me get through the training simulator level I was stuck on. I think my problem was they were killing me too fast. Yeah, you can see I have a bunch of healers here.
Feel my power.
Oh, you can use ships in here now. That's nice. I got 2 purple and 510 pulls. Super above average. All right, can the people stay alive here? They've not died yet. Last time I tried this, my characters had died at this point in the fight. So. Streamer rig. Yeah, I'm doing all my pulls on stream from now on because my Martian Manhunter is also far above average. Oh no, is Crypto going down? Save the dog! Save the dog! Thank you, Raven. I think we have enough damage to win this if everybody lives. Sweet. I was stuck on this level.
The darkness fears me.
Very nice, very nice. Cool. Yeah, she out-healed Crypto and Raven there. Crypto took some big hits. I probably want an actual damage dealer here. Like, Manhunter could do some damage, but he's not like actual damage.
Working without a net.
Let's try this.
I'm ready and waiting.
The darkness fears me.
Listen, this is the type of thing I enjoy about these kinds of games. Like, it's not even just the PvP content, right? It's like figuring out, all right, which team compositions gets you past the different things that are in the different areas.
The darkness fears me.
I'm ready and waiting.
Oh, I think I did not set Starfire on my meta brawl defense. I think I should probably do that. Cool. I'll have to push up some of those later. Which got a couple of boxes, 19 more levels to get 40 random shards. That's a lot of shards. Is she usable in any of these? I forget which types are in here. She's not usable here. I think she's better than John here. I need to screw around and figure out what my best 5 are here, but it's gonna take me a few days of better brawl rolls. I'm trying my teams at different teams. I think I just saved this for now. I think there's a chance I have a composition that's better than this, but this is like close enough to something that I know works, so we'll leave it there. All right, I think that's everything I wanted to do with her to start today. Yeah, I think that's all of it. I think my plan long term. Again, someone asked tips for when you're starting this game is like have a plan for like what you want to pull, and I can let me show an example. We've got this. We have a document in. We have a bunch of pinned links in our subscriber Discord server and the channel with this. So like this is basically you want to look at something like this. So like this is likely what the bleed schedule is going to be for the server that I'm in with the loose states. And Man Thing's gonna fill in here. They just gave us a teaser for Man Thing. So like my plan and the way I think through my resources in these games are okay. Starfire is a character I like, and she's good with characters that I play. So I want to round out my Scarecrow while he's in the banner. So I think I want 2 more copies of Scarecrow to push him to 1 purple. Gets him to a breakpoint where I want. Scarecrow's main skill that you want him for is this one, where it decreases their spiritual defense. So I'm gonna get 2 more copies of him to get him to 1 purple to get this skill more powerful, and then I'm gonna stop there with him. And then Starfire is flexible in a lot of places and is good with a lot of my teams. So realistically, after I get Scarecrow 2 more copies, I'm just going to put every pull I have into Starfire until she's gone. And then once that's done, I'm not going to pull anything for the first 2 weeks here because I don't really want Raj Al Ghul and I don't really want Sinestro. I know this is a new character. I skipped him last time too. My Zatanna and my Constantine are both at 5 blue, and I think I want to put them to 1 purple, so I'll probably pull at least one copy on each of these. And then I have to decide, do I want extra Nightwings? I'm not sure that I do. I think I'm pretty happy with him at 4 yellow. And then I think I want Hippolyta. She's a really, really cool defensive shield generator. That's also a meta-human, so she might work well with John Jones, who I put a lot of resources into. So I'll probably go. I'm gonna get 2 of him. I'm gonna max her while she's up. I'm gonna get 1 copy of this and one copy of this. I'll probably skip him. I'm gonna skip these 3. I'm gonna skip more Deathstroke, and then I'm probably gonna Hippolyta. I'll probably dump all my resources into her while she's up. I've seen this game advertised like crazy as a good. I think if you like character collector games and you like the DCIP or neutral on the DCIP, it does the character collector game thing well. I played a ton of these types of games like AFK Journey, Raid Shadow Legends, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. Like, so if you like thinking about team building and working towards and mapping out trees, like, and this kind of highlights a good example of like when I talk about that these types of games are a marathon, they're not a sprint, because like this schedule here is through the end of the year, right? Like Hippolyta is going to be on the bleed to pull December 4th through December 25th. Or sorry, starts December 25th. Or is this December? Sorry, starts December 4th. I'm so bad at reading dates in this format. So this started September 11th. This starts October 9th. This starts November 6th. This starts December 4th. So basically, like, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So like when I'm thinking about and planning out my resources ahead, I'm thinking like weeks or months in advance for what they're going to be coming through and where I want to spend things. Yeah, I feel like from a feature standpoint and like new game modes and stuff, they've added a lot of things and they've smoothed out a lot of rough edges. The dev team is pretty responsive to feedback when something's amiss, and they adjust on it. So I forget when this game came out. I think it was like March or April. I've been playing it pretty much daily since then. Slowly leveling up my tunes. And thinking on teams to put together. And like there's different, like to give an example of different game modes. So once a month there's that normal PvP mode is you just have one team. And then this is 3v3s. So like I mentioned, Red Arrow didn't look like he was gonna be good enough for regular PvP. But I think he's probably good enough for 3v3 PvP because everybody's teams and characters are stretched a little bit further, so the power level's a little bit flatter. So like for 3v3s, I think this will probably be one of my teams when it comes back. And then I think this one with Roy and then Batman and Cyborg supplementing, giving us extra tags, and he does a little bit of sustain, a little bit of damage on both of those. And then I think Justice League Dark will be my next one. And then for some of the modes, you need a fourth squad as well. So this is a group of metahumans and Justice League. So those types of things, just like planning out my A, B, C, and D team, etc., etc. If you do decide to check out Dark Legion, there's a link for it on GrabTap, pinned above each of the chats. GrabTap, if you're not familiar, is a website where you can sample out different games like Dark Legion and other on mobile, and you can earn some points to get some gift cards. It also supports my content. And if you want to play Dark Legion with me, there's some Alliance game modes in here where you send out chips and stuff and work together as a group. We're on server 215 with room for new folks to join if you want to play with us. All right, I'm gonna tap an ad roll on Twitch because it's about to happen automatically. We're gonna kick on over to some snapping. We're gonna do a data dive for post OTA on Untapped, which there's not a ton of data yet because it just rolled out yesterday. Probably about 12. There's like 16 hours of data. So we'll look at that to start, and then I think I might scroll the Marvel Snap subreddit and laugh about the salt because I have to imagine the Marvel Snap subreddit was not happy about them finally nerfing the tech cards. Those gamers fucking love their tech cards. So I'm gonna roll an ad. We're gonna look at Untapped. We're gonna farm salt on Reddit for a few minutes at least, and then we'll jump into some games. Yeah, I don't have anything super specific that I want to play today because there's just like so much new and different from the OTA. So yeah, if there's deck submissions, I'll take deck submissions. I have one deck submission that's a request to play with Kitty Pride. So we're definitely going to play some Kitty Pride today because I have that one left over. But I could take a second one for after that if people want to send in decks. All right, have some adverts. We're gonna get to snapping. Will there ever be an OTA that Reddit likes? Maybe the one that like makes all their tech cards really, really good, huh? Will there be one of those? Hopefully not. Get that snap music going on in the background. Cerebro 5 with the H1, absolutely. I hear deck submissions and the people want to kneel. Absolutely, Red. I would love to play more Galactus. This is one of the best types of bundles, by the way. People always ask, how should you spend your resources? This is how should you spend your resources. If you are missing Scorn, this is the best type of thing to spend your gold on in Marvel Snap. If you have Scorn, it's not terrible either, but it's definitely better if you're missing the card. Speaking of, I would love to split Scorn. So, as someone who's not a huge Mobius fan, I actually think it's a really good... It's a 700 gold variant? Sick. As someone who's not a huge Mobius fan, I actually think it's a really good thing that they left Mobius alone in the OTA update, because Mr. Negative tends to be one of the best decks when everybody's trying to linear people. So leaving the tech card that can hip check Negative if you expect it to be one of the better decks is very smart. So Negative historically thrives in metagames that are more linear. Anyway, let's see if we can get gold on Agamotto and Scorn here, huh? Old man Ace, thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Let's check the Discord that we're switching over. Kitty deck, Galactus, and then what was the other one? Cerebro 5, Ancient One. So what was that? Agamotto. Welcome to the ranks, buddy. Lovely. I wonder if I could build an all... gold crackle deck yet.
I just need chat to know. Did you just mute me?
I did not mute you. You're good.
I just need chat to know that you took the last tea again. And not only did you just take the last one in the fridge, you took the last one in the house.
Oh, man, that's tough. Guess you should have bought more than 2 cases last time. It's a hard act like. Clearly the only answer is we need to get lunch from somewhere where you can order a tea.
He's always taking the last tea in the fridge and doesn't put more in there. And this time, it was the last one in the entire house. And I'm just saying, like,
yep,
that hurts me. Like, you hurt me today.
I did do all 100 push-ups before I went live this morning. It's a lifting night tonight, so I try and do all the push-ups before I go live if I gotta lift tonight, because I need a break in between. All right, get yourself a tea for lunch, okay? No.
Are you telling me to go away? That's rude.
No, you don't have to. If there's no more tea in the house, you can't play for 24. I would like the record to reflect that after I took the last tea out this morning, I did check the pantry to see if I could put more in there, and we were out. Just so we're clear.
But you still took it?
I still took it, yeah. I wanted the tea.
Yeah. Read that comment.
Which one?
Second one from the bottom.
There's a lot of words coming out of his mouth, and none of them sound like I'm sorry. I don't lie to my wife, chat.
I just lowered your chair
Headrest?
so hopefully it's uncomfortable for you now.
Wow. Wow, that's the type. I probably deserve that one. Stream it. Need a live stream for a Costco run. Exactly. Oh, we don't have Costco in our town. We have Sam's Club is where we buy our bulk from. All right, sort by game count. I don't understand, chat. I was assured by Reddit masterminds that if they nerfed a bunch of the tech cards, that linear decks would be unchecked and busted. And 0.1 average cubes, decent average cubes, but low win rate, like... It kind of just looks like people are playing fun things that are kind of okay. Is that it? All right, bounce move. That's a good win rate on bounce move. Well, I'm actually surprised this deck has stats this bad. This deck felt very reasonable when we played it. Reddit said destroy is dead because of the Killmonger change. Absolutely. Okay, and there's someone asked earlier, Jeff, why didn't they nerf Morbius? And I said, when linear decks are good, Mr. Negative feasts. Does not surprise me. I'm so smart, chat. It's hard to get my brain into the room sometimes. How good my... So, one thing to note here is I'm looking at all of Infinite data since we don't have a large sample yet. And Untapped doesn't filter garbage out of their data. So this isn't real life. This is someone who's likely using a script to just like queue into games and throw them to get boosters on these new cards. If you look, this is almost just all new cards, yeah? So this is not... A real human being is not playing with the 5% win rate with this cube. They're wasting people's time to get boosters on their account. That is just garbage data. This is actually something I would not have predicted, is Agatha being good into other linear things is usually not something that's the case. Usually, or sorry, not Agatha, Hela. Usually Hela is a deck that thrives into tech card stuff because she doesn't give you a chance to like get tech carded typically. So it is interesting from a what's going on perspective that Hela's got good stats. Ooh, that's a sweet one. This deck's not been very good for a minute. This one that's benefiting from maybe less Shang. And actually, that's a good question. Let me what is Shang-Chi's play rate right now? Sub 10%. Brings a tear to the eye. It's just so beautiful. I've never seen Shang-Chi have single-digit play rate before. Marvel Snappers always dreamed of. Excuse me, what? What the fuck is this? That's a real pile. Patriot, Pixie, Valkyrie stuff still chugging along. See, look at this, chat. War Machine, Storm, Professor X. Take away their tech cards, the toxic gamers will still find a way. All the toxic gamers acting like there's nothing to be done. There is a likely 0% chance that all of the changes in this OTA remain. We were told in advance in the creator spaces that they will undo some and likely find a middle ground in between others. I genuinely, and I think Glenn and the team are almost assuredly smart enough to know they don't know what the results of this are going to be. And if I was a gambling man, I would bet most of these, I've been saying for a long time, I think most of these tech cards could be worse. And I would be incredibly surprised if all of these cards went back to what they were before. I think a lot of these effects have been really powerful for a long time. Like I've been on team, you could take a point off of every tech card at a minimum for a long time. And I wouldn't be surprised if when they go back, they're like, oh, yeah, Cosmo could probably be a 3-2. Oh, yeah, Shang at a minimum stays. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shang just keeps his text box. Like, I think Shang's the easy, obvious slam dunk. At a minimum, that MFR staying at 2 power. Killmonger, the Killmonger change, I think, was a little heavy-handed. I think that one should probably should and will go back. Other than Killmonger, I could honestly take it or leave it though. And I bet the data could go either way. Any good salt on here? Any good salt? I guess we could scroll the big thread. I scrolled this last night, and there was one on the top of the feed that said the Crybabies won. And all I have to say is, chat, it feels good to fucking win on occasion. Hitler is dead, absolutely. What a great one. There's a reason tech exists. It's true it shouldn't be an incentive for a deck with just tech, but when these cards aren't viable, it leads to decks turning into solitaire. I think comments like this are interesting because it shows how much the average players like this with all these upvotes. There's so many ways to break people's stuff in Marvel Snap right now. What above all, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate that. Big Red Engineer, I woke up to half my deck slots being empty for the first time in a year. What a time to be snapping. Absolutely. Oh, an Engineer, thanks for the entire year. I owe you a mod sword to go with your sub shield. There's so many ways to break stuff, right? Especially like we're just coming off of a time where like Cannonball Mercury was a big thing. You know what's a card I didn't look at who's been nerfed for a little while? What's your okay? You want a called shot, chat? You want a called shot? You know what I bet actually prompted them to finally take this big swing at all the tech cards? Highborn, thank you for the 5 months. I bet the Juggernaut change was part of the catalyst for them to pull the trigger on this. Because they took this motherfucker and they made him cost 33% more energy and he's still really good. And I would not be surprised if looking at that data and being like, well, We took a big whack at this one, and guess what? Cards still great. Let's take big swings at some of the other ones. Because like I said, I think other than the Killmonger change, I think most of these swings, most of these cards are probably still pretty good. It just like you can't your Arishem deck that's all tech cards is worse. Your Sarah control deck is worse because you have a 5 energy enchantress instead of a whatever. Yeah, there's just an actual cost and consideration to put them in your deck. Marvel Snap 9/11 on 9/11. That is true. That is, yeah. Red Guardians, one of the more interesting changes too for Mr. Negative perspective. Also, like, Bass Spice Rack doesn't care, which is great. They killed all the tech cards. Yes, excellent. If they're gonna nuke Shang, I hate it when my 4 energy cards are only 4/12 shit. It's even bigger than 4/12, right? Like, it's killing a minimum 10 power. A lot of times it's killing bigger than 10 power. I talked about this in my review. I'm genuinely curious to see how this goes. This might be a monkey paw. We might not like what happens here, but it also might just be perfectly fine. It also might not remotely be a big deal, and we realize that the people who are like, all the tech cards are too good for a long time were right. And I don't know, like I said, I think Juggernaut is the poster child for, like, going into this. Juggernaut is the poster child for, we could make a bunch of these obnoxious cards worse and they're still fine. Like, just, this is arguably one of the bigger nerfs they've done in recent memory, and the card's still got very good stats here, generically. I think it's got even better stats for the latest patch, right? Yeah. And actually, so this is something that is worth talking about. This is one quote I'm very fond of is, data doesn't lie, but liars love data. And a corollary to that is, all data is useless without skilled interpretation. So this is a fun thing to note. When they change a card initially, the data is less useful for being predictive of how good or bad that card is, rather than looking at it one cycle later. And the reason for this is, look at the popularity stats here for Juggernaut in the last 30 days versus the latest patch. You see how much less popular it is? When they make changes to a card, it gets played in more places, and then eventually gets winnowed down to just the places where it's good and actually wants to be. So the first pass data includes a bunch of stats for places this doesn't belong. And now that we're looking at this just for the last 24 hours after this latest OTA, this is basically second pass data. This is, okay, where does 4 or 5 Juggernaut actually want to be played? And when we look at it less popular, where it actually wants to be played, it's actually better. It's like when people ask me, Viv Vision's a good example of this, right? People are like, all right, Jeff, is Viv Vision good and useful? And the answer to that question is, this is fun second pass data here too. So this is all the Viv Vision data. This cuts both ways. So this is all the Viv Vision data. But now, this is latest patch Viv Vision data. Oh, you know what? She might be in some of the garbage. Let's look at just top 50%. She actually got better too. That's interesting. Okay, neat. So this is second pass. The second pass data is this is everything, including places where, Yeah, so the problem is, and this is again, you need skilled interpretation of data. It's like when you look at deck list summaries, they're just like posting the win rates. You need to know that the person looking at the stuff knows what they're talking about. If I look at Viv Vision for all ranks, and let's sort by game count, I assume she's in a piece of garbage deck or two because she's a new card. Yeah. Okay. So like this, when you're not filtering for top 50 and you're looking at all of Infinite on Untapped, if it's a recent card, you get garbage data in there where people aren't really playing with the card. They're just like booster farming with the card. So this isn't for people that don't understand or aren't in this. This isn't a real deck. This isn't a human being playing with a 30% win rate. This is almost likely someone with a script running it. There's someone here you'll see that have like 5 and 10% win rates too. So you gotta understand the numbers you're looking at and understand when you're pulling out outliers and how you need to filter data to make sure outliers aren't there. That's why people ask me all the time when they're like, Jeff, well, what are the stats on the top performing decks when you do a deck roundup for the thing? And it's like, well, I'm not just like doing one filter and then pulling the top list of decks from a single filter on Untapped. There's nuance that goes into it, and I slice the data a couple different ways, and then I kind of look at common trends between them, and then use my background in understanding what's good in these games alongside the data to parse which ones, in my opinion, look to be the top performing. So it's not just I'm cutting one filter on here and I'm giving you the top 8 lists by win rate or by cube rate or whatever, because that doesn't give you the whole picture no matter how you slice it. That's an example of like, if I did that and I told you the stats, I wouldn't be lying to you, but I would be misrepresenting what's actually true about the greater set of what information that we have. It's one of those, I'd be technically correct, but I'd also be misleading. For people aren't familiar with my background, by the way, I know we have new people poking in periodically. I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time doing data analytics and process automation at a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school. I enjoy me some numbers. I know my way around them a little bit. All right, should we play some games? Should we play some games? Should we look at let's look at a couple of tech card stats real quick, and then we'll have to run an ad and play some games. So we looked at Shang. What other cards do we have? We have Enchantress, we have Cosmo, we have Red Guardian. We have Killmonger. Who else was whacked? Shadow King and Teenage Warhead. Eliath. Fuck that guy. Hope his stats suck. Fuck this guy, chat. Leave him at 6. This is another one of those. I'll be very disappointed if it goes back to 9 or 10 or whatever the fuck it was before. It absolutely does not need to have as much power as it has. Yeah, just like look at the numbers on a bunch of these. Like some of them ain't great, but plenty of them are fine. Let's look at top 50% and see how this changes. Oh, look at that. I filtered out some of the garbage. And a bunch of these are still really, really good. Look at that. Look at that Teenage Warhead stats. 54%. Yeah, my gut check is this absolutely goes back to what it was. Red Guardian probably gets his points back. I'm gonna be honest. I could realistically see a world where the other ones are all fine. Maybe they give Shang-Chi his text box back or his point back. But like, we'll see. So many people were like, they said they're gonna undo all of these changes. I would be absolutely shocked if every card on this list went back to the same stats it had pre-OTA. I think I would be absolutely surprised if everyone went back. Yeah, I agree with you, Travis. I think if they want to put stuff back to him, they should leave his text box how it is. They should put him to a 4-3 or a 4-4 or whatever it is. Give him points back to compensate. I like his new text box. It's much better. It makes him less good into a number of locations, which is good. But like, cursory glance, early data, like that's very reasonable and serviceable. None of these are bad stats. None of these are bad. This one and the Warhead. Okay, sort by tier. None of these B tier ones are bad stats. All of these cards have been very good for a long time. I actually really kind of like 5/8 Enchantress from a flavor perspective. Oh, you can curve Electro into Enchantress. That's so good. Man, I really hope they leave her how she is then. That's sweet. I love that. Absolutely love that. You can go Electro into Enchantress. And then she's an interactive card that you could. I actually think those are the best kind of tech cards in this game, where they give you a scotch of interaction, but they also have a deck build around them. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, you get to play it with Blink or whatever. Yeah, I love it. Someone said, can you check out the Airwalker Surtur deck? This one? With the miserable stats? That's the one you're talking about? Darth Morgana! Thank you for the 27 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Jeff, it's just hard to pilot. Do something for Milk, please. Here's open. All right. We are going to take an ad roll, and then I need to build a Kitty Pride deck, which I might net deck from past Jeff for Kitty Pride, if I'm being honest here. What a lovely pile of cards. I don't know that we're going to play Enchantress in it, because she was previously a Zabu card. I think this was a 2 last time we played this, but this core sounds fun. All right, I'm gonna tap an ad, and then we're gonna dive on into some games. Appreciate everybody here that was here bright and early. BRB. If you're watching on YouTube and you enjoyed the Marvel Stamp content, make sure you tap the like button. Doesn't cost you anything, helps the content reach some more people. No Frankie Ray. There's only 1/6. There's only 1/6. You can't play Frankie with 1/6. I guess we could play Mockingbird Frankie. Could we do that? I don't hate that. Ow! Thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that sub shield. Welcome back. We could even play not Victoria. I always mix the two V ladies up. We could play Valentina. What if I cut Angela and we played Valentina and Quinjet? Or Valentina and just like another one. I don't know if I love Quinjet for just Valentina. Because Quinjet doesn't work with Kate. We can play Silver Surfer for steps. I don't hate that. Ooh, Chavez is fun. I like Chavez. Chavez is good with a lot of our things that buff up. I kind of like the idea of Surfer first steps though too. Is Surfer first steps better than Elsa? That might be the case. We drop Mysterio. He's the only guy on the team. We need him for Mockingbird and Sasquatch. Goldman Sack, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Ooh, that's a thought. Is Surfer better than Galacta? Yeah, maybe. Because Galacta and Elsa are both +2 now. And you're almost never playing both of these in a game. I kind of dig that. Minute. Thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Get you a sword to go with that shield. Yeah, Surfer's good with Gwenpool and Surge, and she's reasonable with Chavez. What's better, Valentina or Iron Patriot? Valentina guarantees me a 6 for Frankie. Which is nice. It guarantees me a 6 that costs 4 and doesn't make me contest the lane. Let's start here, shall we? Happy Sandcastle Day, everyone. What's going on, Ethical Arsonist? Nothing to burn down in Marvel Snap anymore. Thanks for the 14 months of support. Happy Friday. D. Brian. Rapidly approaching a member of the triple digit sub club. I appreciate the 99 months of support. That's a really long time. Welcome back. Well, we're either going to have 2 Surges or an extra Chavez. Either way, that seems fine for us. Some people are saying the worst OTA and others vice versa. I think this OTA shows exactly why Second Dinner is one of the best balance and design teams I've ever experienced. And it's because they are willing to be like, hey, we don't know everything. It's worth it to try stuff out. So they're going to revert the OTA. They're going to do exactly the same thing they always do, which is try and take over the world. If you understood that reference, make sure you stand up and stretch. They're going to follow the data, gamers. If the data says these changes are good and beneficial, they're going to keep the ones that are good, and they're going to roll back some of the other ones that aren't. Yes, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Is exactly correct. We are unfortunately losing the left. Once their Marvel Boy triggers. It's great that they're upfront about these changes potentially being temporary. You want what shouldn't qualify as a hot take at all, but just might, chat? Every time Second Dinner makes changes in Marvel Snap, the changes they're making are potentially temporary. Just so we're clear. We're gonna end up a little bit short here. Rats. If I would have put the real Mysterio right, would we have won? No, it has still been short, yeah. We've only been +4 over there. So close. Clearly, we only lost that game because our opponent had a $100 Gilgamesh variant, and I was unable to overcome their immense pay to win. This game's pretty unfair. Neat. I like when Jeff speaks the truth. Yeah, you know. Have you played Werewolf, Merlin, Hand? Like Victoria Hand? Why would Victoria Hand be good with Merlin and Werewolf? Can you explain? I don't understand. Remember we were talking about Juggernaut still being fucked up earlier today? Remember Trevor remembers. You said at least the Elsa, I guess. Heyo! 2099! Thanks for watching so much over the last year and more here at Oglandia. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Make sure the trickle-down economy stays in action. Our next Shillionaire will only have to cash in 999,709 shillings. Again, I really can't emphasize enough that when I ask someone, especially people from chat, why is this good? I am not looking for you to tell me, Jeff, this deck has good stats on Untapped. I can look at Untapped and see stats there for myself. When I ask you, why is a deck good? I'm looking for an articulation from you from a theory standpoint. Why it's good. So my question was, why is Victoria Hand good with Werewolf? Merlin's good with Werewolf. Why is Victoria Hand good there? Like Victoria Hand's a generically fine thing, I suppose. How'd the data look? The data looked like a bunch of the tech cards that they nerfed are still fine playable Marvel Snap cards. And also things like Destroy are much better than they've been in a long time. All right, I think I keep honest on the right. I assume Frankie's winning the center, and then we play for the left. Wait, you juggernauted me out of the location you were winning by a lot when you weren't winning the center? What a weird play. I mean, I guess they were dead either way, but like it feels very strange to juggernaut me out of the location I need to play for harder. Because like they have to know, they also just shouldn't be playing here, right? Like their optimal play here at the end almost assuredly has to be juggernaut here, put your biggest number here. And we would have happened to have won because like we had Mockingbird and Sasquatch, right? We would have been plus 23 over here. But this sequence doesn't make sense at all. Like if I have any 6, you're losing the center. You should probably assume my deck playing Frankie Ray has a 6. I don't know. Assuming I'm on no 6 that seems like way less likely to win. I don't know. I mean, maybe they just felt they had to, but I think that's very silly. Either way, good showing for our deck. Frankie even dodged all of the Gwenpool triggers, and it was still very good. Yeah, a lot of the on reveals in the Victoria hand deck, though, are really expensive, right? Like, Frigga's an on reveal, sure, but I wouldn't describe Frigga as being a card that's like... I wouldn't describe Frigga as a card that's good with Werewolf, right? I guess Kate Bishop is a card that has overlap with Werewolf and Victoria hand, but I've also found that she's clunky alongside Merlin, just because your hand fills up a lot when you're playing both of them. absolutely just doing this, yes. It's a big Cassandra, but like I've got a lot of numbers in my hand already, so. And then we're currently up 7 on board, and then I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add, this is 19, 21, I'm adding 26 here. Playing Mysterio first, because they have priority. We'll play around Warhead, not Shang-Chi. Goliath doesn't matter here. Whoa! God, that card's so good! Man, that sucks. That card's just fucking everywhere, man. It's like we said, this is the poster child for nerf all the tech cards. Nerf all the disruptive cards. It's just like, it's still just one of the best cards in the game. Just like literally one of the only cards that could win them the game there, right? We were beating Shang, we were beating Goliath, we were beating basically everything. Was there another card in Marvel Snap that won them the game there? I can't think of one. Could be missing it, but Doctor Doom winning the right, sure. Mystique would not have been remotely large enough. Our Surge has been a little medium. Not great with our 6s. Do I do this so that way next turn Sasquatch costs 4 and I can play her center? I think so. Obviously Frankie's not very large, but how did Mobius survive the OTA? Mobius survived the OTA because Mr. Negative, historically speaking, is very good against decks that are linear. So I assume they didn't want to nerf the best Mr. Negative counter when they were likely making Mr. Negative better than it already was. Yes, they can Hawk in Mystique, but I'd be surprised if they have Mystique in their deck. Their Hawk is... I drew 2 extra cards. There's 6 cards in my deck. So their Hawk is 15. I think we're dead, but I also don't really want to play Tuna. 2 to whatever, so. Oh, there's the breaker by a bit here. Needed one more point in the middle. Chris Tofu, thanks for the deck submission. Oh, is this the Werewolf by Night Victorian deck? Alright, we can give it a try. It's playing Juggernaut. Of course it is. Card's so good! Poor Kitty Pride, just max punish for not playing her on 1, huh? Were people asking about how's the gameplay after the tech card change? You just actually get to play Snap without having your stuff constantly broken, gamers. It's lovely. Imagine getting to actually play the game. Alright, so they're gonna Beast in the center, or Toxin or whatever. Set, thank you for the 1.5 years. Appreciate you dropping off the primer again. Jeff, I'm coming back to the game after a 9-month break. Where should I start? We should start by playing whatever decks you find fun. Snap's balance continues to be very, very reasonable. You can probably realistically pick up where you left off. Oh yeah, 9 months ago means you left before the economy rework happened. You should definitely familiarize yourself with how the economy works moving forward. Oh, that's interesting. They Black Swan going into turn 5. Have you played any Shadowverse since the new set? I spent $120 on the new Shadowverse set cards. I played 1 game against Runecraft, and I wish I hadn't spent the money on the cards. Shadowverse is like the inverse of Marvel Snap. Its technology is very good, and its balance is very bad. I spent 20 years playing Magic the Gathering. If I want to play a game that doesn't balance their game properly, I'll go back to playing that. Wow, the Badger Port is really good for us with this Dr. Doom in hand. Other than a jab at the recent WotC ban announcement, I'm going to be honest, I don't follow WotC news. Their game's just never been well balanced. The question here is 11 enough to hold the right? Because they only need to put 10 in the middle to win there. It's usually just as like my comment about WotC is just, you know, from 20 years worth of experience with them. You still play Magic? No, I don't play Magic because their game is poorly balanced. I play games for fun, and playing poorly balanced games is not fun for me. Yummy, yummy casserole. Yeah, like, this kind of highlights how bad, like, I think a lot of Marvel Snappers don't realize how good they have it. Wizards of the Coast acknowledged how bad their balance is currently, and they took action, and they're moving their ban update from November 24th to November 10th. Like that's how Magic's always been. It's bad, they know it's bad, and in 2 months you could have a change. It's bad, we know it's bad, we're not gonna make you wait 2.5 months, no. Wait 2 months instead. And this honestly hammers home why Marvel Snap and changes like we had in this OTA make it the best balanced live service game I've ever played. Because with Marvel Snap, even if this latest OTA ends up being a disaster for the game, it's going to take us a week to figure out if it's a disaster. And then the week after that, it's going to get changed. It's going to get fixed. It's going to get iterated on again. So even when they take one of the biggest swings they've ever taken, if that swing ends up being not good, there is a very short shelf life on how long it's allowed to be not good for. Game design is hard. Even if you are the best designers in the world, you are going to shoot shots and miss with some frequency. No reasonable person expects the game they play to be perfectly balanced all the time. And the reason why Marvel Snap is the best in the business is because they care enough to iterate. That's it. It's the whole thing. It's not like Glenn and the team are some type of savants who are better at game design than everybody at Magic and everybody at Shadowverse. Heck, a bunch of the people on the team used to do game design at Wizards of the Coast, I know for a fact. It's just Glenn and the team are given. Also, for the record, just to be clear, in defense of game designers everywhere, it is not the fault of the game designers at Wizards of the Coast that they can't balance their game more frequently. 1000%. The reason why Magic the Gathering doesn't get balanced more often is because somebody trying to hit some type of KPI in upper management decided that changing the text and banning cards more frequently is bad for business. And you know what? They might be right. They might be right. It probably is bad for business. The money printer probably prints less money for them if they balance their game more frequently. This is playing 4 cards out, and then next turn I can play Squanch and Frankie and Kitty. Could we trigger Surfer Middle? Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe that's better than getting Elsa down. And then someone, we were talking about this earlier, and someone was talking about how, we were talking about this earlier, and someone was talking about how they wished Marvel Snap gave them compensation when they balanced or rebanned, or when they rebalanced or banned or changed cards. And part of the reason why Second Dinner is able to have such good game balance in this game is because they're not worried about the financial ramifications of rebalancing cards. They rebalance cards when it's a good game design decision to rebalance cards. They don't rebalance cards. They don't rebalance cards based on what makes sense from the economy perspective. How big does this get me over here? This is a 10 power Frankie and a 14, 4 power, so I'm adding 14 over here up to 20. I'm +4 in the center, and then I'm adding 17 over here. They had 2 Viv triggers. I think we've got a shot here. Yeah, we're good. We went left and right. The flame on here. Redbeard, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I don't know jack about Magic, but to join the discussion and balance, are you combining both CCG and TCG balance? One is considerably harder. What do you mean by TCG and CCG? Do you mean digital versus not, where you can ban cards versus change their text? Is that the distinction you're trying to make? Digital versus print. I actually don't think that matters. So, like, obviously, you have more knobs you can pull. There's more levers Krunk can pull in digital. But, like, you can absolutely still ban cards in paper. Just so we're clear. Big Mysterio, chat. Big Mysterio. Yes, and also that Wizards of the Coast also has a digital-only format called Alchemy on Magic Arena, and they don't balance that format either. So it's really not that they don't have the tools, it's that they don't want to use the tools that they have. If I'm being honest, Wizards of the Coast's inability to manage the Alchemy format was one of the final things that really pushed me out of Magic, in addition to Marvel Snap happening. It's like them throwing away that format and being like, not them throwing that format away by choosing not to manage it was like, all right, this really just isn't what I want. All right, so the real Mysterio is 14 and the copied Mysterios are 10. They can add 2 more into the center up to 17. So I'm just going to put this here, which takes me to 18. Yeah, that beats Surfer. Am I playing around double Surfer? Play Frankie first. Frankie isn't triggering. This isn't a 6. Frankie triggers on 6 costs. This technically plays around double Surfer, yeah. Let's do that. They Starry Eyes this, so I assume I'm getting Shang-Chi'd. Oh, nope, okay. How replaceable is Frankie in this deck? You could probably get by without her. She's big on occasion, but you've got other numbers. And when the real Slim Shady stands up, no problems here. Big Surfer, bigger Mysterio.
Victory.
That is such a fun pile of cards. We've played a few different iterations of this over the last number of months in Marvel Snap. The only consideration here, I've played again a lot of iterations of this without Frankie too. If you're missing Frankie in this deck, you could absolutely cut the Valentina. Valentina's a reasonably fine card on her own, but she's largely here as just a third 6 to enable Frankie more consistently. You can play Frankie and the Valentina for cost 6 drop on the last turn. All right, I want to play some more of this because it's been fun. It's played a ton of cards that I love in Marvel Snap, which is just what we're going to be doing post-tech cards. So everybody, thanks for hanging out. We're going to be doing all Snap for the rest of the day today. Don't go anywhere. Have some adverts in the meantime, in between time, though. If you're watching on the YouTube side, make sure you tap the like button. It's a free way to give a little bit of engagement. Appreciate the folks that do that every day when we're here. Oh, we got another deck submission, too. Not my dad's Cerebro 6 with one of the dead tech cards. I'm evil. All right, sounds good. We've got Cerebro 5 and Cerebro 6 in the tank for today. I've got 4 more viewer decks after this one. That probably fills the day. I'm going to take deck submissions down. What do you replace the Frankie Valentina package with? Angela is definitely one of the cards you replace Frankie and Valentina with, and then probably your favorite other 2 or 3 energy card. You could play, you can even play Galacta. Galacta's got synergy with some of our stuff. You play Galacta, you can play Luke Cage, you can play Mobius. Yeah, any of that kind of stuff. I haven't paid attention to the stat metagame in a while. What do you mean by post-tech card? They nerfed almost all of the combat tech cards. They nerfed Shang, Killmonger, Enchantress, Teenage Warhead, just a whole bunch of them. And it's beautiful. It's just so beautiful. Not doing that mission today. Oh, I could have taken this play 6 cost ones. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Big ends. Thanks for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Yes, meaningful nerfs, not just we're taking 1 point of power off. They could have all lost 1 point of power a long time ago. They took a bigger swing than that. Unfortunately, Viv Vision seems like a card that's just kind of underpowered and not very good. I would not be surprised to see Viv Vision get as much as a 2-point buff at some point in the not too distant future. What do we think about just playing Mysterio this turn and playing Squanch next turn? I'm kind of into it. Viv Vision could give her buff at the start of the turn after you draw. Sure. What's your recommended Viv Vision deck for the weekend missions? I don't know. Pick your favorite deck and make it 1 card worse. I think Viv's probably bad enough that I don't know that she's slot optimal in anything. is what it comes down to. I think even the Viv Darkhawk deck we were playing that was fun is probably worse. Is probably worse than just not playing Viv. Are they gonna storm the center here? Yep.
Wind, aid my hand.
Jeff, why aren't you playing Kitty Pride this turn? Because Brooklyn Bridge is on the right. And Sanctum Sanctorum is on the left. And we're stuck in the middle with her. Oh, I guess this could tap Chavez instead of Gwenpool. I think that's still right. Hitting Chavez is still a lot of points to the card on top of my deck. We might also just not be winning the center here, huh? Sure aren't. Wait, they played to the right? Oh, honey. Am I beating them here, though? 4, 10... I'm only tying? Oh, man, I'm actually 2 points short. Let's just get Mbaku'd. Rats, they saw through me. Man, we'd have won if I would have, you know what? I messed this game up. When they played the Nico on +2, I should know that they have Cerebro, meaning it's unlikely that I win the center. So what I should have done is I should have gone Elsa Kitty in the center. When they did this on 4, I should have gone Elsa Kitty on 5. And if I went Elsa Kitty on 5, this would have been 3 bigger, and I could have played Surfer here instead of Elsa. And this would be -3, I guess, because I wouldn't have played Chavez. Yeah, Elsa. Well, no, I don't want to play Surfer here. No, I want to play Elsa Kitty, so that way I can be big to contest here if I'm winning here. Subs for Valentina. I think Valentina will probably be a gentle dom if you tell her it's your first time. Just make sure you're very clear what your safe word is. My safe word is brood. Oh, mine too. That's interesting. All right, they snapped me back, so I assume they're about to play Mr. Negative here. Ooh, spicy Ravona.
I am Iron Man.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Yeah, very likely living tribunal here. So this will let Surfer trigger.
Behold my mighty hand.
Okay, so they are currently at 19 or 29, 31. Living Tribunal gets them to 40. Are they beating 21 in the middle? I don't think they can beat 21 in the middle, right? Yeah, I'm aware there's a turn 7. I'm just trying to figure out how many points they can put into different places with Living Tribunal. I think the answer is not a lot. They could Blue Marvel the center. Okay, that's fair. So I do need to play. I do need to play for here then. They could Claw left. So, obviously not guaranteed, but Claw is a pretty uncommon card in the opponent's output range. I don't think I'm supposed to play around Claw. And I might as well play this because it gives Gore 2 even if it sticks on my side. Yeah, maybe Blue Marvel Mystique gets us on the left. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think Blue Marvel's a card we could assume they have, but is in their output range. And that's when it comes to, you know, people ask like, how do you get better at snap, choices you make, etc. It's not, when you're playing around things or choosing to play around things, it's not just simply a matter of thinking about, okay, what's a card in Marvel Snap that beats me here? The thing you need to be thinking of is, what's a card in Marvel Snap that's in my opponent's reasonable output range that beats us here? Yeah, and I think Super Skrull and Blue Marvel are like the ones they could maybe have. Because we had the Gore from the what's it called, so Super Skrull would have gotten us on the onslaught. I don't think I want to play Mysterio out on curve without Squanch in hand. Domino, no Quicksilver, they're Airshim. Okay. Gwenpool into Surfer Mysterio? Oh, it's disappointing. It's a great top deck, obviously. So we're +4 on the left, so we're at 12, 14, and 2. Obviously, we're playing Squanch, Mockingbird, Kitty. It's a question of where are we playing them at. Opponent's snapping me, so probably getting Elias somewhere. We're beating that, though. All of these two are +2, and I think I just keep them honest on the left. And they don't know where Slim is, obviously. We win because Slim's on the left, yeah. But Slim, what if we win? Wouldn't it be weird? Why? We just beat their tech card here. Do.
This land can never be fully known. Snap.
Slim margins, you say, the shadiest of margins, Chip. Brick's a draw because of Weird Worlds. Yes, the Airshim fist bump you after the win and to stay and sweat 2 to 10 is. Very peak Marvel Snap experience. Sweaty nerds now, sweaty nerds now. Do 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 do. I have 3,000 tokens. Should I exchange them for Series 3 or Series 4 pack, or should I save them? You should save your tokens to buy cards you want to play with. In general, it's never optimal to buy Series 3 packs because you will eventually get all of Series 3 from... You will eventually get all of Series 3 from opening your reserves, and you're not going to get all of Series 3 from... You'll eventually get all of Series 3 from opening your stuff, and you're not going to get all of... You're not going to get Series 4 things from those, so... Love that Kate Bishop variant. I, too, am an anime enjoyer. She's lovely. I'm not going to put Slim into the right, but I'm going to put Elsa there, I think. What if I put the real Slim Shady into the right to kind of lock it up, and then next turn I can go Squanch Images here, because Squanch will cost 2. And I'm going to have a Mysterio here, so we'll have 30. I think that's the play. Alright, RNGesus, take the wheel.
Behold my mighty hand.
But Slim, what if we win? Wouldn't it be weird? Do I actually play for the center? Because they're smaller there. I think so. And Eliath doesn't impact skills, so we should just be good to go here. Yes, we're also beating Juggernaut because we'd win the left. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? No problems here. I would love to upgrade this one.
Shiny logo.
I always like to end decks on a high note. That feels like a pretty high note. The old trash can the Airship player 10-0. This OTA is interesting / fun because it's not a there's new cards to build my deck around OTA. It's I can just play decks that I've always played that previously felt like they were close but a little bit short. And this deck list fits that description to a T. I really just have loved doing Elsa, Bloodstone, Kitty Pride stuff. This is a very reasonable way to do that. I think Frankie Ray is probably a card a lot of people skipped. You absolutely do not need her to play this archetype. These two are kind of a package deal. We're only playing Valentina as a third way to enable Frankie. So if Frankie's missing from your collection, you could easily slot in other things. I think Silver Surfer First Steps 2 here is another card that's like, she's more of a generically good card. She has good synergy with Surge and Gwenpool, but she's absolutely not a core here. If I was like, Jeff, you're like, Jeff, what are the important cards to have here? Kate Bishop to enable Mockingbird and Sasquatch in addition to Mysterio is great. You need these two for your stats at the top end. Even Elsa, Bloodstone, and Gwenpool, I think you have a little bit of interchangeability with. Galacta's another card that's just like very similar to these types of effects. It's basically you pick 2 out of the 3, or maybe 3 out of the 3 sometimes of these 2 plus her to mix in. We cut other cards in here that were a little bit lower on the curve, so filling in things for like that missing Frankie package. You could play stuff like Mirage, or even interactive and disruptive cards like Gorgon or Mobius, etc. And learning to be able to look at a deck and understand which cards make up the core and what you can interchange out, which packages you can swap. This is key to understanding Marvel Snap and consuming content and figuring out decks that work for you. Unless you're getting absolutely everything, it's going to be pretty uncommon that you can get absolutely every card in a deck that you look at, and being able to make swaps out means you're going to be able to play a lot more things. And for reference, if you haven't watched on my YouTube channel before, this gets included at the end of this highlight. This deck list is going to go up tomorrow, Saturday morning, as one of our highlights post OTA, and I always talk through at the end of these videos which cards are key and which ones you can kind of swap around if your collection's more limited in certain ways. I liked the Frankie Valentina package. I think I'm going to leave those in here, but there's definitely, like I said, you look back on the history of my channel for the last like 6 months, basically, you could probably find this deck list played 3 or 4 times, and in different iteration. In fact, I think this is one of the first times we played it with Frankie specifically. All right. We tried Bounce post OTA. Nope, this is the first deck we've played after the OTA, gamer. Numero uno. I think my only comment, if you are someone who likes the idea of playing Bounce, is I think there's going to be a lot of decks trying to go big with there being less tech cards in the metagame. So if you want to try and play Bounce, I would absolutely be playing Iceman and probably Korg as well. So that way you can be disruptive into the other linear decks that are making bigger numbers than Bounce can put out. All right. Try playing Thanos Blue Marvel. Gamer, when I'm taking viewer deck submissions, there'll be a link pinned above the chat. When I want the suggestions, I will ask for them. Clear some deck lists out here. What are we clearing out? Someone asked, what about the last deck where I'm missing Galacta and Gwenpool? And then you can't play it. And you should spend resource on one of those 2 cards, or you should play something else. Someday they're gonna fix... Someday they're gonna fix all the Unity errors in this game, and it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be glorious, I swear. Oh, I haven't mentioned it yet today, by the way. Our wonderful sponsor above my head, Hulse Kern. Make the wonderful timepiece on my arm and a fantastic range of jewelry and watches for men and women. You can check them out using my code to get 15% off this month. And later tonight, we have a giveaway for them. I have a $100 gift code. That's completely free to enter to win. You just got to join my Discord server and react to the appropriate post in the channel. Be sure to check that out. I'm gonna cheat off a past Jeff for Cerebro 5 here. We had a deck list up before. The initial 16 hours of data on Untapped makes me think a number of the nerfs that they did to the tech cards are probably reasonable to keep. I think we'll absolutely see some of them get changed out, but more than a few of them, the cards still look very good and playable. The Ancient one is excellent. It sure is. It sure is. Any changes here? No, I kind of like this one. The wave angle is fun. Seems very reasonable. I'm amazed that people are playing Red Guardian after nerf. Yeah, Red Guardian is one that'll probably get rolled back. I think Red Guardian's probably only playable with Bast and Mr. Negative at the moment. All right, before we dive into this one, I am gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let adverts roll, and then we will we'll dive into this one. Before we do that, though, people commenting that we could play Teenage Warhead and Juggernaut. I think both of those cards suck in this deck. I don't really have room feasibly to Juggernaut on the last turn. I guess you could Juggernaut in the last turn with Tau. Maybe. Warhead's just definitely not better than my other fours here. I could maybe see Juggernaut, but I also don't know that I like Juggernaut better than any of the cards I'm already playing. I'd have to like give up one of these two, I think, and I really like these two. All right, BRB. Scarlet Spider over Captain Marvel. If you want to lose more games, you can play Scarlet Spider over Captain Marvel. Scarlet Spider sucks though. Let's be honest. He's real mediocre. BRB. I'm gonna grab my lunch while these ads go. Barricade, thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Check DMs for big team answer sent. Kang is very close to his return. End quote from Second Dinner. Kang is very close to his return. End quote from Second Dinner. When's the next patch? Patch is Tuesday, yeah? Kang is definitely a patch change, yeah? Kang is very close to his return. End quote. Did they move Christmas to September and nobody told me? Assuredly, Shang-Chi gets nerfed and Kang gets a rework in the same 1 week time period. That has to be illegal. That has to be illegal. Monkey Paw Kang is coming back as a tech card. Oh man. I'm gonna make a point to put together. Here's a good question. I would love people to stew on this and send me a DM on Discord or tag me in the Discord server later. I'm gonna make a video talking about Marvel Snap 3 years in. Because I really feel like if they're gonna give us Kang back and this set of OTA changes, I really feel like I want to talk about how good this game is 3 years in. What are things you think I should tell people who maybe bounced out of Snap? What's good and bad? Things that are good to talk about with Snap 3 years in. Let me know. Feel free to stew on it. Yeah, the economy is much better than it was at launch. Not close. Better than it's ever been. Yeah, more new cards. Yep, more new cards is a good call out. More new cards while not being more expensive. Can tie that into the economy. There's more content for the same amount of money. Yeah, playability of your old collection, how they make sure cards stay playable. Benjamin! I am sitting here talking about how good your game is 3 years later, and I queue up with Cerebro, and you give me Wakandan Embassy on turn 1? This is how you repay me? This guy. You want something that I think this honestly probably qualifies as a hot take, but sit with me for a second. The occasional non-game from location variance is important and is part of what makes Marvel Snap good. I think one of the reasons why Magic the Gathering has been successful for so long is in no small part due to the non-games that exist from their resource system. And I think the locations giving that variance from a non-game perspective both quickly and early is good. Absolutely, I'm going to put a Brood into the center here for them. Do I Brood the center? Does the Ancient One change my mind now? The Ancient One might change my mind. Now I kind of want to go Ancient One into Marvel into Sarah. Yeah, Ancient One changed my mind. If I didn't spike a good 3 here, but like I'm playing Marvel and Sarah on 4/5, I think, which means I wouldn't have time to Ancient One if I Brood this turn. It's like what it comes down to. Now do I do this? Now do I do this? And then I Sarah here, and then I can go Marvel Tau here? Yeah. Merlin made a second Merlin, yo dog. And if I top deck Luke Cage with the Sarah, I could actually go 3, 1, and then Luke is 2 to get rid of their flames. For the love of God, Lucas! Lucas, to me, Lucas!
Opponent snapped.
I think we might steal this still. I mean, it's Conquest, so we're definitely staying, but I feel like we're in an okay spot here. So, this overwrites the text here. So Martyr can't move. She's just an ongoing card now. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on. It's gonna come down to Marvel Boy, isn't it? Oh, Marvel Boy hits the left every time. Freaking rip. We were so close. We needed Luke. If we'd have hit Luke, we would have been +5 here. The flames got zeroed. And Merlin left to have won it. Merlin left would have given us 2 2s, which would have meant that Miss Marvel wouldn't have been active there. Not a Cerebro game. Or is it? Merlin, playing 1 location reroll spell, is the 2/5. That's why we're playing him. I'm going to put Cerebro over here on the left. So this way, if we draw the Ancient One next turn, we can copy its ability onto Martyr. We had 2 shots at Merlin's spell here. The Murder Roll jump scare briefly. Doesn't Polymorph have a chance to hurt Cerebro? Sure. But it's pretty unlikely. Don't play around unlikely outcomes. So they're gaining 8 on the right, meaning this beats them there. And then I'll play Captain Marvel here. Is Doom just better? It is, isn't it? It just gives us more points than a tiebreaker too. Okay. Yeah, good call. Got him. If we hadn't gotten Mobius, I would have been able to Rhino and Doom this turn with the wave. So I'm gonna do this. And then I'll go Miss Marvel into Tau next turn. I'll have 9 energy, so I can play Luke Cage over here as well. You snap me, Gaber. What are we waiting for? Be their end of turn bugged? Oh, you know, I suppose we could have gotten Goosed in the center. Goose in the center would have been bad for us. Huh? So how big are they going to get on the left? They're going to gain 12 over there, right? Is that right? They gain 3 times 4. Get up to 28. I mean, I think Miss Marvel's better to copy than Cerebro. I think it's this. Yeah, I think it's this. Yep, cool. They are super cooked, right? So we're adding 15 on the left, then we're adding another 9. Technically, Captain Marvel could move to get us a casserole, but she doesn't because she's rude. Oh wait, no. The torches on Sunspot mean they win the right regardless. That's fine. You can have the right. Corporate Democrats, take note. Let them have the right. We'll be good with the left and the center. Appeal to your base. I just jumped into Marvel Snap again after hearing about this OTA update. It's been fun. Genuinely, I think even before the OTA update, Snap has been in one of the best spots it's been in a really long time. I think there's a good chance the OTA pushes it in an even better direction. Charlie Kirk certainly isn't a hero, but he's 100% a martyr. He died. He died for a cause that he believed in. His own words were, some amount of gun death every year is an acceptable price to pay. And I'm sure he never thought he'd be part of that statistic, but it's unfortunate whenever anybody dies. But if people like Charlie Kirk didn't spend so much time obstructing and encouraging us not to pass common sense gun reforms, less people like Charlie Kirk would die. Every loss of life to the gun violence epidemic in the United States is a travesty, but we wouldn't be having an epidemic if people like Charlie Kirk didn't enjoy their guns more than they enjoy human life. We could have hedged the left there, but that's what it is. Rather than just go next, these locations kind of suck in general. Dash FN, thank you for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that direct support. Good afternoon. It's DN Crua, thank you for the 16 months. Some interesting context to share. When I heard that the person that shot Kirk shot him from 200 yards, that sounded like a really long distance to me. Like as someone who just has no context with firearms and longer distance shots. But my buddy who I lift with 2 to 3 days a week, he's an ex-Marine. And he said in their Marine training, when they do range testing for taking shots, they test at 200, 300, and 500 yards typically. With just iron sights, not a scope. And he said the target that they shoot at from 200 yards is typically a 5-inch circle. And they don't use something as large as a human silhouette shaped thing until they're out to 500 yards. Yeah, it's not. So basically 200 yards is not an exceptional shot for a lot of people. Like for me, a layman who understands very little and has never shot rifles like that, I heard that and it sounded like a very long thing, but that's just like average shortest distance shot that they train Marines for. All right, and then I think we Tau the center before something gets pulled into there, obviously. I'd probably play Lucas out here. It's trade, but not professional. That's a good way to say it. I'm gonna make sure we don't put a Doom bot into DC. They have enough of those there as is. I want to make sure we don't break our Cerebro bonus. All right, so they have a 2-8 Rhino. Because the Mirage notably does not copy skills anymore. I think I play Captain Marvel on the left because of Luke Cage. Oh, I was gonna say I don't want them both to get Shang-Chi'd, but they can't both get Shang-Chi'd anymore! That's so exciting! Hooked.
Victory.
One of the singular most fucked up... I'm going to say one more thing about the Charlie Kirk thing, and then I'm going to move on because I just don't want to talk about it endlessly. Because there's plenty to talk about, but I just don't want to dwell on it. One of the singular most fucked up things about the Charlie Kirk situation is that gun violence is so common in our country that Charlie Kirk getting killed is bigger news than the fact that there was a high school shooting the same day. It should be a big deal when someone walks into a place of education and opens fire, but it's actually just become so commonplace in the United States that it's just like barely a blip on the news cycle. Putting Cerebro to the right will move rude Mrs. Marble. Good call, good call. Yes, yeah, there's that too. Past the school children, there's the Democratic lawmakers that were literally gunned down in their homes. Also should be a bigger deal, but somehow isn't. It's probably just Marvel and then Marvel, yeah. Yeah, because this ruins Miss Marvel's bonus. That's fine. This is probably game winning. They probably don't expect us to get too much bigger than 14. Are we good? Carol's got us covered, right? God bless us. God bless us, everyone. That was Iron Patriot Tech card, I think. Chat. Our Cerebro 5 pile of cards is feeling exceptionally reasonable. Is that allowed? Miss Marvel Ancient One. Feels dangerously real. I love Devil Dinosaur. I wish they'd make it better. You want a blistering take, chat? I think we could bring back 3-0 Devil Dinosaur. The beta OGs remember. Yeah, okay. Last thing about Charlie Kirk and everything. Because someone else said something that follows up with something I said I posted on social media myself. Everyone talking about political violence is bad. And I agree, political violence is bad. But you know what also is a form of political violence? A state-sanctioned police force grabbing people off the streets based on the color of their skin, which our Supreme Court just ruled is legal. That's a form of political violence. So yeah, political violence is bad, but also let's call a spade a spade. This administration owns the escalation in political violence and is directly responsible for a large chunk of it that's going on in the country. It's state-sanctioned political violence. I was just reading an AMA on Reddit with an immigration lawyer talking about how a majority of people being detained by DHS and ICE are here legally. DHS and ICE is even actively harassing people who are citizens. It's not even just about people who are immigrants here legally. They're literally profiling based on color of skin and harassing people. God damn it, Carnage. We've talked about this. Carnage eating the spell is funny, but unfortunate. It's fine. We'll get leave Stark Tower now. We'll just let both these get extra points. Polymorph so delicious. Carnage decided to eat it for points. The good news is Captain Marvel's gonna nope out of the center. I think we actually do this, and then we're dooming on the last turn and hoping that that covers here and that Captain Marvel plus Doombot covers here. Is it better to play Cerebro than Luke? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe. Do we just assume that 10's enough to win here? They probably can't beat 10 over here. And Cerebro would give me 3 more on the left where they're more likely to contest. Yeah, I think you're right, Steric. I think we Cerebro. They can bullseye. Yeah, but I was gonna put Luke into deep space anyways, yeah?
Systems go.
Oh, you're saying I should put Luke in the center. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's right. I guess preventing them from penalizing us here is probably better than +3. It probably saves us 4 or more depending on their hand size. Did you ever Luke wave? No, I think I need more than 5 on the right. I think I'm committed at this point. Cool. Yeah, I think when they grandmastered the deck in center, they made a mistake. I think they should not have concentrated so many stats here. All right. Well, with how incredibly reasonable this pile of cards has been, I feel like it's only fair that we let it play some more after the ad break. So, all right, take a brief pause for the cause. We'll be back with some more Ancient 1 Cerebro 5 after these words from our adverts. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button if you're enjoying the content. Lots of fun things to explore. Snaps in a really, really solid spot. Sweet OTA yesterday. I'm gonna run my leftover hummus upstairs so it doesn't get left out. BRB. It's funny, so I drove my 5-year-old to school this morning for the first time since she started kindergarten. Because we get alerts from the bus company on like where it's at, so you don't have to like stand out there too early if the weather's not great. And they told us ahead of time that the bus was gonna be 30 minutes late today. Which meant they would have gotten to school late, which they don't get marked tardy if the bus makes them late, but they still miss class, so like it's not too big of a deal to drive them, so I drove them over. And Haley was so mad. She was like, well, I get to ride the bus home still, right? I want to sit by my friends. And I was just like, yeah. I just don't want you to be late this morning. She was so annoyed that she had to ride in a car with me instead of her friends on the bus. So it begins. It's fine. I let her bring a dinosaur stuffy in the car, and she can't bring stuffies on the bus. So that was a fine middle ground. Have to ride with Dad, but gets to bring a stuffy. Pink grapefruit juice. Thank you for the baker's dozen. Appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. 12-ounce skill. Thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Good morning. Good morning. Nike. Thank you for the 30 months. How many of the tech card changes do you think will stick around? My initial gut read / called shot after looking at a little bit of data is I expect Killmonger and Red Guardian will get rolled back at a minimum. It honestly kind of looks like a number of the other changes aren't that big of a deal, though. What was it? We looked at the top 50% of infinite data, and Enchantress, Cosmo, Warhead, and a number of others all still had good stats. I've been a big proponent / on the train of all the tech cards could probably lose a point or two for a while now. That's interesting. It's interesting to see and validating to see it playing out as that's probably the case. Oh, wait. My muscle memory messed up. I thought this was the one that swaps things sides. The first card you play here switches sides. Wait, did my what's it called? Did my skill trigger this? Does anybody know? Does the skill trigger this or no? The skill consumes it. Okay, well that's perfect then. Well, if that ain't just the best possibles. All right, I think I've lost the right. We put Jubilee back to get energy. No, I need to clear this over here. All right, let's top deck Black Cat. God, this game. Have I ever told you all how easy Marvel Snap is? You just draw exactly the cards you need, and you could never lose. You've gotta be forking shirting me right now. Whew. Oh, my butt puckered there, chat. That was, whoo, baby. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky, I suppose. Everybody unclench. When you kill 2 out of 3 Cerebros and still lose the game. Shang-Chi's stats after the initial data dump actually weren't very good. Shang-Chi, Killmonger, and Red Guardian were the only 3 of the cards that were nerfed that had bad stats for the competitive slices. But honestly, I really hope they leave Shang's text box change. I think if they decide he's too weak, they should put him back to 3 or even 4 power. They should absolutely leave him only blowing up one thing. Hi, Sharon! Thank you for subbing 3 months in advance! Back from a year-long stint at Magic. Well, I hope you enjoyed your games over there. You know, play games that are fun. Good to have you back snapping. Snaps was in a very good spot, and I think got made even better with our recent round of changes. You think they're playing discard chat with the Modok portrait? Oh, I would have loved Activate Shang. We gonna bop some Doombots here? What do we think? I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. Is it necessary for me to enjoy have Ancient One to enjoy losing with this deck? I do think Ancient One is responsible for a lot of the power level here, unfortunately. I'm gonna break a draw next turn, which is not great. Is this crazy? Call me, maybe? I guess if I was gonna do this, I should have doomed the left. The problem is that putting 2 cards back in my deck means I'm less likely to draw the Cerebro or the Miss Marvel. But if I find it, it's really good. So I assume this is a Modokerson on the right. Yeah.
You won't need this anymore.
Ooh! The Camp Lehigh gave them a Deathlock that they could technically reanimate with this Khonshu. Sarah, that is not the ongoing payoff I wanted for Christmas. Gotta go. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. I'm gonna retreat later just because, like, I have a pile of energy and a bunch of cards in my hand, so maybe they talk themselves out of it, but we're obviously very cooked here.
Escaped.
I think it's really funny to me how many people have come into my spaces, both here and on the YouTube video they didn't actually watch, and told me they said they don't intend to keep any of the changes. Because that's not what was said. Also, and I feel like the verbiage around that and people not understanding, just so it's clear, technically, every change they make in any Marvel Snap OTA is potentially temporary if it's a change that's bad. They are just being more clear that they will undo changes if they're not a positive impact in this time because the range of changes is bigger. Do you really think if they make these changes and a number of the changes are really good for the game, they're not going to keep them? Like that's where we're at. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me you think, yeah, wave making Sif discard the Monarch is funny. All right, I'm gonna pseudo break NDA and give what I was told verbatim, just for the sake of clarity. And we were told verbatim before these changes went live that there's a good chance they roll some of them back or meet in the middle. And that's almost assuredly what's going to happen. And what often happens when they take bigger swings. They end up meeting in the middle somewhere. All right, I can't actually... do this and not brick a draw, so I think it's just this. Oh, that's funny. I get a raft card now. Dachta, thank you for the 48 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Man, if I had a nickel for every time I'd polymorph to rock into a Carnage today, I'd have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's just really weird that it's happened twice now. What do you think determines good for gameplay, play rate, fun rate, or players playing? I think, and this is, again, this is super subjective, and it is a best guesstimate, but I would not be surprised in the slightest if a number of the changes they are making end up leaving the cards that they're changing still having good stats. And if you better, like, let's use a specific example. Let's say Enchantress is still a good card at a 5/8. It's playable, it's doing its job, it's winning games. Why would they change it back to a 4/6? Why, if they could make a card worse but still good and playable, would they not choose to make that card worse? That's an ideal game balance, right? You take your game piece, and you make it worse than it was before, but still good.
You won't need this anymore. I am reborn.
Dreaded Fisher, thank you for the 27 months. Again, you should just never assume Second Dinner is going to leave the metagame in a bad spot. Like, if something gets under-nerfed, over-nerfed, they're going to bring it back up. And if something gets over-buffed, they're going to bring it back down. And that very clearly applies when they take a really big swing like this, but that also applies to literally every other OTA they've ever done. You better 100% believe that if a different OTA over-nerf something, they'd pull it back up. Unless it's White Widow. I actually think White Widow is a good example of the exception that proves the rule. Because to find a card that doesn't follow what I'm talking about, you have to go as far back in time as the last time they nerfed White Widow. I think White Widow being the card people... Every time I talk about this, people bring up White Widow. But how long ago was that? That's how far back you have to go to find a card that doesn't make what I'm talking about true. It's forever ago.
Apocalypse.
I want a coin flip! Oh, baby. Yes, also, for what it's worth, I agree. White Widow isn't a generically one of the best 2-drops in the game anymore, like she was for a long time. But as someone who played the Terrax Tempo Darkhawk deck relatively recently, I actually think White Widow was quite good in that deck. Very, very serviceable card at a minimum, perhaps even actively good.
You won't need this anymore.
I think Cerebro is so nice, chat. I'm gonna play it thrice. Oh, I forgot this loses our Miss Marvel bonus. That's fine. This is still the play. Oh no, we only have 42 on the left instead of 47. I know, it's tough. Hard knock life.
I am reborn.
Miss Marvel's so lazy, chat. She could have moved to the right to get us 5 more season pass experience. Instead, she just left it rot. I'm so disappointed in her. Not min-maxing my endgame pass. Not sure how I'm ever gonna financially recover from this. She's very selfish. Just can't even get up and go get me season pass experience. You know what's a fun metric? I can't remember the last time we had 1,200 people in here for a live stream after an OTA update. And this is something I talk about all the time in lots of different ways. But one of the metrics, someone asked about what metrics do they measure for if a card change is a success or not? If you love these changes, chat, you should play a lot of Marvel Snap for the next 2 weeks. And the same as the inverse. If you absolutely hate these changes, the absolute best thing you could do is not play Marvel Snap for the next 2 weeks. But also, if you just hate them in theory and you haven't actually played any games yet, you should play a few games. But as always, running your mouth and not taking any action while you run your mouth is not worth anything. So if you actually want to affect change, put your playtime where your mouth is. Yeah, unironically, this is a type of deck that got markedly better with the Shang-Chi change, right? Because previously, they'd Shang all your 5-power things in one go, but with this deck, they can't, right? They only get one of them now? I think I actually want more martyrs rather than another drop. Because I'm gonna wave. I'm gonna wave on turn 5, then we'll doom +1s on the last turn. If the Shang destroying only one 10-power card is permanent, I'll get a tattoo to celebrate. Someone screenshot that one for us, please. I need that gamer caught in Technicolor. Screenshot me, Daddy. Well, I was hoping to not brick a draw so we could have a chance to draw Black Cap, but it is what it is, I suppose. We might lose this, I guess. I don't know. Are they beating 33 in the middle? Maybe? Oh, I guess they could technically Spectrum plus something else too, because Wave is symmetrical, yeah. We should do him right because of Cosmo, absolutely. Good call.
I am Iron Man. Avengers! Assemble. Doom
Cooked.
equals all.
Good call on the Cosmo, though.
Victory!
What's a Cosmo? Is that a new Series 5 card? Cosmo is a very bad dog. That's why it was nerfed.
Opponent snapped.
Am I going to be able to put enough points in the middle? I don't think we can against Spectrum stuff.
Escaped.
Oh, by the way, because I know there's a lot of people that are in and out over the course of the day. A direct quote from Second Dinner is, Kang is very close to his return, end quote. And there's a patch on Tuesday. And the Kang rework is definitely patch material, not OTA material. Are they turning Kang into Robert Downey Jr.? Asking the real questions. Absolutely is the answer to that, just so we're clear.
I am Iron Man.
I just don't want to take any gambles, so I don't know that we can lose this game if I don't know that we could lose this game if I do the Cerebro thing in the center, so. I'm gonna go Ancient One into Rhino, copy into Dr. Doom. Call it a day. It gives up a lot of power to leave Berlin at 3, but we don't need it. Yeah, agree. agree.
Gotta run, huh?
Do I tuck Luke? No, I don't think so. Do I ever... Sarah? I should Sarah, right? Because Sarah means I can still go... No, it doesn't. I can't Sarah here, because if I Sarah here, the Tau's not guaranteed to... The Tau flips ongoings at random. So if I Sarah Center, are not guaranteed to hit Cerebro. Yes, all the cards left in our deck are 3+ energy, so 2 extra energy doesn't help if I'm just playing Doctor Doom anyways. We have priority here, so... What's her name Cosmo isn't an issue. They have to be 46 in the center, which is not impossible, but it's improbable. They have to be 46 in the center while beating 25 on the right. Yes, we could... I don't think we could lose the center and the right simultaneously. It is a 69 power Doom, isn't it? Yeah, losing the center was realistic. I think losing the center or the right was realistic there, but both is very unlikely. Lore accurate Doctor Doom. Yep, that's what's coming. That's what's coming for the end game. So my hand isn't good, but this stay is free because they're on 2 cubes and we're going to high stakes rounds. And if I lose 2 cubes here, I go to 7 and still have 4 games to beat them. So if I leave here, I have 4 games chances to beat them. And if I stay, I still have 4 chances to beat them because of how high stakes work. So it is 100% free for me to stay for this snap. I think one of their unknowns is Mobius. Find out. It's also 100% wrong there for them to snap for the same reason. Yes, so I was gonna snap if they didn't because the snap was free, but you are correct, they shouldn't have snapped.
I am Iron Man.
I miss a bot in the center here, but I'm probably going Marvel Tau in the center anyways, right? And I can't Marvel Tau Doom. So I think I just do this because it's energy efficient.
Doom rules all. I am Iron Man.
Then Captain Marvel can jump left. And we get to... I think we're dead to Spectrum left. Yeah, 30, 35 is probably not enough. So close. We'd have had if Cerebro hadn't been buried in our bottom three, we'd have gotten him there. I think that's the thing that's impressed me the most about this build. Is obviously that one we were a little bit short at the end, but our games with Miss Marvel with Tau have felt really good, just like the Cerebro with Tau have felt good. Well, shit. Oh, all right, Ben. If you will. I think we're dead. Honestly, we're probably just not a Cerebro game, right? I think we're just Ronin into Krakoa. We try and go from there. Your finest Captain Marvels, please. All right, I guess we'll play her this turn then, huh? Kitty's got close. Oh, actually, do I put Martyr here? And then next turn we Tau these? Actually, I probably do this, and then next turn I Tau here. What is a Tech-a-geddon? They nerfed a bunch of the most commonly played tech cards in Marvel Snap yesterday. And they're over there, update. Shang, Killmonger, Enchantress, Cosmo, Red Guardian.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That's annoying, but not the end of the world. It's this. This adds 3 on the left, and it adds, not quite 8, it adds 4 in the middle, because I go -4 from playing cards from Ronin, and then +8 on the Martyr. Have we reached a point in Snap where they give Nocturne a point of power back? I think we have. We're actually talking about that yesterday. I think we absolutely could. Oh, Ronin's the opponent's hand. You're right. I was thinking Devil Dinosaur. My brain's bad. And again, Tau replaces the tech, so Martyr can't move. Ah, shit. Rip. All right, got 3 more shots. Well, that's rude. All right, not a Cerebro game. Pour one out for Black Cat Gamers. Man, this one might come right down to it here, huh? Got 2 more shots after this one to take their last cubes away. Wave. We were just playing wave on curve. The Doom top deck is nice. Does that have a transparent background on it? Not my dance. If it does, I will. I think it's this into just Marvel plus what's it called? Yeah, I think it's this. Martyr could jump here to get rid of the Marvel bonuses. The thing that's giving me pause. If I Rhino left, the problem is I don't have it active over here, but that might be fine. They might just not be contesting Murder World. I guess I lose to Mr. Fantastic in the center with this line. Yeah, I think we're going to another game. I don't know. All my options were kind of bad here. It might have been right to just Rhino the right. This is probably like Mystique, Mr. Fantastic. Oh, I win the left. They just thought we were cooked without the Cerebro bonus, chat. Oh, wait, no, does Martyr screw me? Martyr screws me. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, no. Unlucky. Unlucky. Little known fact, Lucas Cage and Aunt May are old friends. They go way back.
Assemble.
Short end of that stick. Oh, I need to win the 50-50 now, though. I need Luke to go here so that way Miss Marvel doesn't get ruined on the right. Never lucky. Never lucky. And they won their 50-50? Wait, the wave's still in effect? Excuse me? How does that work? That can't be right. End of the next turn. Oh yeah, I guess that is true, because it's happened on turn 3. Alright, where do I play Sarah? Is it center or left? Sarah left in case we want to tell me. Yeah, probably. Okay. So we're going to have how much on the left? We're going to have 29 on the left, and we're going to have 32 on the right. So not our best possible, but not terrible either.
I am Iron Man.
Probably dead. Spectrum only ties the right, and then I think we win the breaker? Question mark? Right, Spectrum, We're going to 32 on the right. Spectrum ends 12. Did we lose the left, though? We might lose the left. Yeah, if we lose this one, I've got one more still. Very, very interesting set of games, regardless of the outcome. Good things to noodle on. Lots of good sequencing decisions. Amusing how fun Marvel Snap is when players get to do their things. Yeah, you have to actually count instead of just like, I'm gonna play my tech card and win this lane by a lot. To be like, okay, these are my numbers, these are their numbers, where should I play my cards to like outsize their numbers? What could they have? Oh, I didn't think about this. The Spectrum left and the shield move. Okay, so we're losing the right, and then are they beating? I think they're beating 29 on the left, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, by a good bit. Well canoodled. All right, I got one more shot. You best believe that just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and hungry. All right, can I get a Cerebro plus a Tau with decent location variance? It's asking for a lot, I know. It's asking for a lot. Okay, Sam Wilson was the highest cost card in their hand on turn 1. So they have 3 out of the 4 of these in hand. So there's the Tau and the Cerebro. I think I'm actually... Am I supposed to play Merlin out? I kind of want him to have a chance to be a 5, but there's also a chance that I clog my hand. think I'm just playing Sam, because I don't want to clog my hand. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everybody calm down. I can't play Sarah or Wave, but I think we're fine. They have a hard time getting into Morag, but I'm gonna have what? The 44 on the left. I guess Iron Man could get us. It wasn't a Monster Island. We didn't roll a natural. We rolled low, but not as low as possible. That was the best draw on my deck, yeah. It's the best draw on my deck. The writers, we should make sure to give the writers a raise after this set. They did a pretty good job putting it all together. So we'll be at 30 on the right while covering 44 on the left. Was Doom better? No, I think this is better because it makes it so they have to contest the right here as well. So Cerebro 5 deck where Agony Lasher is a thing? Absolutely not. It's way too narrow. You want to play Lasher, play Cerebro 2. It's very good there. They could test the right just by moving the shield there. Yeah, but they need to Spectrum still too to win it, right? Shield to the right only ties by 20. No, shield to the right is only 28. I'm going to 30. Carol! What an absolute slugfest. Freaking eight rounds right down to the wire. We got exactly what we asked for though. We had our Cerebro with our Tau with our reasonable location variants. Put a bow on that. Give me an infinite ticket. I think if having tech cards be marginally worse causes more games of Marvel Snap like that last match we just played to be commonplace, it is an absolute win. I think that kind of Marvel Snap is some of the most interesting and fun and honestly skill testing that there is. games where you need to count your opponent's output range and actually figure out numbers versus I'm just gonna play my tech card and win by a mile are so much more skill testing and fun to noodle on. Yeah, and that's why so many people cling to their tech cards, I think. It's just like, it is an I win easy button in so many places. It lets you turn your brain off instead of having to count. Having to count the output range of Spectrum and Iron Man and stuff like that is much easier than just being like, I'm gonna play my Enchantress in this path, and then none of it matters. I'm gonna play my Shang-Chi in this path, and then none of it matters. This deck was fun. I think the big standout in my mind from the set of games that we played there, I think we went from Proving Grounds all the way through Infinite Ticket there, is that Ancient One having redundancy in this deck was quite good. Well, obviously, anytime we got to triple up Cerebro, it was stellar. We won a bunch of games in there by tripling up Miss Marvel and adding 15 to the left and the right. Wave with Doctor Doom also felt super clean in a number of our games. There were games where we waved into Doom on turn 4 and it was solid, and then there were other games where we waved on 5, so that way we could Doom plus 1-drops or 2-drops, or you could play Doom and Tau on the last turn. That's actually a relatively common one, is if you wave on 5, on turn 6, you can Tau, and then you can Doom to fill the Tau slot afterwards, is really clean. So, I'm not going to tell you that's going to be a best deck in the metagame by any means, but I think this is definitely something you can play that's reasonably competitive, that doesn't feel embarrassing to sleep up. Alright, gamers, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're going to be playing, what do we got next? We're going to do a little bit of M'Baku Galactus as our next viewer submission. Before we let the Twitch ads roll, though, I'd like to give a shout out to one of our sponsors on the stream this month. Holzkern makes my wonderful timepiece. That's gorgeous that I'm wearing here on my wrist. They make watches and jewelry for men and women. My code gets you 15% off with them, Jeff H, at checkout. And we've got a sweet giveaway going on. Later tonight, I'm going to pick someone to get $100 for free on the Holzkern website. Join my Discord server, react to the post in the announcements channel, and I'm going to pick a winner from that later this evening. Have some Twitch ads. We're going to play some Baku Galactus when we return. Where's that one? That's the one. That's the one. Look at all these missions we finished. So many missions, so little time.
Legendary.
Would love to spend NRG. 6 cost cards. We're certainly about to do that. Oh yeah, Negasonic's a 4 now. She's probably still fine. We'll play some games and maybe we'll sub around if she feels clunky, but I'm inclined to think she's probably still fine. Oh yeah, that's a good call. The Negasonic increase to a 4 means she guaranteed blinks into a 6 if Symbiote Spider-Man's still in your deck, which is super relevant. Love me a quality side grade. Side grade. Oh, not my Dance. Did you skip my Cerebro 6 deck? No, you were just the last person to get a submission in today, Dance. Which I know is weird for you. Usually you're one of the first. I've got this one and a Victoria hand deck in front of you, and then you'll be up in 3. We're gonna be streaming for a little bit today. We're gonna be doing lots of snap for the next couple of weeks while Tech-a-geddon is upon us. I like to reward Second Dinner with extra stream time when they make good choices. Excellent choices, Second Dinner. Please continue making them. Beloved by all. Time to kneel.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Why not Scarlet Spider instead of Captain Marvel in Cerebro 5? Because Captain Marvel is a good card and Scarlet Spider is a bad card. Ooh. Piece of candy. Jeff is playing Galactus for Enter the Darkest Timeline. Gamers, you really can't make that joke anymore without telling on yourselves as not watching the stream lately. We get paid to play Galactus quite frequently. Man, I'm a little sad that can't do this over here. I think we still just Warhead here. Goodbye, Laufey. Or are they like Clog Ajax? I suppose if Galactus stays in our deck, we can still blink into him over here next turn. Lord Odin, thank you for the 3 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I mean, chat, what do you expect me to do? Not try to blink into the Galactus? Either way, there's a big M'Baku coming back out, right? I can even polymorph this just in case Galactus doesn't happen. So this is the goal. We blink this, and then Galactus comes out, and then we win the game. It's a Gigantos Edge. And then we have a big Baku. Such a lovely lad. A very, very novel Galactus build for sure. What just happened? Science just happened, gamer. It's beautiful. Do do do. Definitely the most amusing Galactus build you'll ever see. If you haven't seen this deck before, that means you're not keeping up on the Jeff Oakland YouTube channel. We post sweet and largely off-meta Marvel snap decks there 7 days a week. Give it a subscription, ring the bell. We featured this one once or twice in the last couple of months. It's a good time. Even if they played Annie right, Baku still had us covered. Absolutely. This deck looks fun, but is it good enough for climbing the ladder? Probably not. You can literally climb the ladder with anything, gamer. In fact, just as a point of reference, that last game win puts us 11-2 in Conquest with this deck. It's really incredibly reasonable. I think this one's bad for us. I'm gonna get rid of it. Yeah, Marvel's, I mean, I was gonna say Marvel's Snapstop Pocket, you kind of play whatever you want, but even in Pocket, you can get to the top with bad decks. Hey, look! The Killmonger change meant they didn't kill their own martyr. Fancy that. I'm trying to grab priority here. Oh, wait. Actually, I want to throw priority, right? I actually don't want priority. Because then we can play into here. They need to play 2 cards into here. Oh, Omniversal Presence Mojo World. Yeah, that's the call. That's the play. Is that if they just add a little bit of power? Otherwise I need them to play 2 cards here, right? Do we get ghosted? I guess they should just have Infinite. They could have drawn Infinite after the fact, but it feels like we got ghosted. If they do anything other than play Infinite here, feels very spooky. They ran the rope all the way down too. Yeah, maybe She-Hulk. Unless they have something with the unused energy or turn. It's a big spooky play. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Enjoy your ticket. Yeah, between that and the roping. Yeah, especially given all that they ran the timer down. Just how gamers be. I did see that, not by dance. I'll probably play the first one. Alright, so if we don't draw Galactus, the Symbiote Spider-Man is guaranteed to be him. But we also need 7 points to be enough to win the right, which is not a guarantee. If Baxter Building moves to the right, oh baby, that gives us priority, yeah. No, no Galactus, no Galactus, don't do it, don't do it! There's no reason to give myself an extra energy, right? Just could be beneficial to them. This deck's so funny. I was surprised the first time we played this how often it came together. On paper, it looks like it should never come together. Think we're cooked. Yo. We tried. We tried. Hulk's feeling a little gassy today. Yeah, unfortunately, the Baxter Building, it gave us priority, but encouraged our opponent to play hard for the right. Was not ideal. Make ourselves a big Galactus. One Wakandan powered Galactus, please. Wait, no, Phastos is an Eternal, right? Wakandan Eternal powered Galactus. Right? He's an Eternal. Ooh. Piece of candy. He's eternally into the keg tier. Wow. So obviously Galactus can't do anything here, so I was gonna blink Baku back into the deck and get something bigger out. We get a Spider-Man, a Red Hulk, or a Galactus here. Oh, I can get Merlin and Jeff too, technically, because he's one. Whole big range of things. High rolled on that one a little bit, I think. Damn it, Baku. And then we should ideally have priority going into the last turn, letting this warhead be good.
Power must be controlled.
Okay, so the first one of these hits this, and then the second one hits this, right? Look at this. Look at this nerfed cards beer match, chat. Are they era shit? How many cards are in their deck? Oh, yeah. Red border. Definitely era shit. So you can still play Cosmo on 3 in Aeroship, huh? Just shrug that one off. They played an astonishingly high number of cards that were actually in their deck, yeah. Yeah, Omega Sentinel always hits the highest power thing. So when they had 2 of them, like my opponent had, it hit the highest power, and then it was no longer the highest power, so it hit something else. Playing against a discard enjoyer. So something else that could happen here is you could Galactus and then Symbiote Spider-Man the Galactus to have a 13 power Galactus. And then on the left here, we're going to be able to follow it up with a copy of Giganto. And we very conveniently have priority. Kneel before Papi. They could have like a Mobius plus something else to the left, I suppose. We're gonna get to play out Teenage Warhead next turn, most likely. So long, game board, I hardly do ya. Glory, glory, hallelujah. So long, game board, do 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 do. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to play out 2 cards just for the sake of playing around Gambit, yeah? Yeah, we're not an Alliance deck, unfortunately. Which, speaking of, Alliance, despite losing 3 points of power, had good stats on untap still when we looked this morning for the initial cursory glance. That's how jacked up that card is. Unlucky. The quantum tunneling shall continue until morale improves. Tech-a-geddon. Yikes. Modoc. Rip. Rip. How are the stats up? Bastion, has he found a home yet? He had decent stats in the Misery Victoria hand stuff, but those decks were already good before him. So this is, Jesse, this is kind of like a fundamental thing that people say and do in Marvel Snap way too often, is why should I take a card out of my deck just because it got nerfed? Like, one of the things Second Dinner has readily shown us again and again and again is that typically when they nerf things, they remain playable. So unless it's like, this card has a different power than my Cerebro deck's trying to play, really, you should probably keep playing things after they nerf them until you get a feel for if they actually meaningfully are worse or no longer work in your deck. For reference, Teenage Warhead is one of the half of the cards that got nerfed that still had really good stats on Untapped. Oh man, are we gonna lose the left? Their Collector, Dakin, and Morbius are all in play, right? They shouldn't have any big stats left in their deck, I don't think. Jeff, have you seen any of the Whitefire or Rainbow Borders out in the wild? You know, I haven't really explicitly been paying attention to them, but anecdotally, I don't think so. Which is honestly a good thing. I hope Second Dinner is selling none of those and they're forced to rework them and reprice them. Second Dinner, if you're out there, I would give you $10 for 12 matching unique borders when I hit infinite. You want extra $10 out of me in a month? Do that. You want to charge me $20 for 4 borders? No, hard pass. All right, well, definitely getting Merlin down ASAP to try and deal with some of this board clutter. But if 24-4 is fucking nuts. And again, like, you know, it gets lost in the discourse. I actually don't think offering some type of premium bundle... I actually don't think offering some type of premium bundle when someone hits infinite is a strictly bad thing. A lot of people have complained like they should never do that and God, they're evil or whatever, but I think that's really not a big deal. It's just the bundle shouldn't be trash. It needs to be a card back then, maybe. See, I actually think card backs are worthless. I already have way more card backs than I'm ever going to use. 0% chance I need more card backs. Yeah, the they should monetize cosmetic crowd sure seems to throw a freaking fit every time they actually monetize a cosmetic, huh? gonna do this to try and keep priority. No, I should leave it here, right? Because we're currently winning this. Gosh, that's so rude. Merlin letting you clear away stuff like the Shadowlight Ninja is so much fun. Obviously, we could lose if they play hard for the center, but I'm not here to not play Galactus, so giddy up, cowboy. Yeehaw! We're beating exactly MODOK center. So. Oh, Baku's still in my deck, too. I technically have 8 points in the center. No! Come, you're gonna play 10-2? Come back! Come back! Rude. Rude.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Alright. Jeff the baby laying shark is coming back. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. The making all of the tech cards markedly worse has been playing out in practice exactly how I expected it to in theory. The games have been more fun and interesting today than they were before the changes. It's neat getting to see decks actually play the game. One in 5 to draw Blink next turn. You want what? I don't even think this qualifies as a hot take, if I'm being honest. I think all of the people who had meltdowns about Marvel Snap being unplayable in the post OTA world, I think all of those people are just pretty burned out on Marvel Snap in general, and they'd be a much happier person if they just took a break. So this is a fun gambit. So, oh wait, no, I can't do that. Interesting. Because if I once in future the symbiote Spider-Man, I can't blink the Fastos anymore. This is funny. If I blink this into Galactus, it blows my board away. What if I do this to make sure Galactus doesn't happen? And then I do this, and then I once in future the symbiote Spider-Man, and then he'll jump back out center, because it'll be my lowest power location. They have a swarm and we're dead. Oh, we knew they had swarm. Come on, game, fast forward, please. Honestly, I think part of it is too, like, even when games continue to be good, it's very easy to just, like, you know, hit a point where you're not having fun with it, even if the game is in a reasonable spot. You just need to step away, right? Like, playing the same game for 3 years is a long time. In fact, we used to always say in Magic the Gathering, people don't quit Magic, they just take breaks. And, like, as Marvel Snap hits a, you know, the 3-year mark, that's going to be true of any game that goes long. And the key for Snap, as that happens, is having key moments where they can pull people back in. That's right. That's why I've talked about, you know, I think one of the pain points of our current economy in Marvel Snap is that the returning player stuff needs to be better. And part of that is they're going to be rolling out those bundles, like the $50 bundle that accidentally went live. That gives you 4 snap packs for cheap, but there also need to be better free rewards for returning players. Just having a paid bundle isn't good enough. I'm just playing points out here, yeah? I started a second count to see how long it takes to get S3 complete. I mean, you could just figure that out mathematically rather than playing a second account. You do you, find your joy, but definitely could just run the numbers on something like that. They only have 2 cards in their hand. They're like MODOK Swarm, they could get me. They are not narrator. They were not MODOK Swarm. I might be right to play for the left, actually. This was not my final lock-in. We were going to think about it. It's the dailies that get to me. I get that they want people to get a habit and get addicted, but I don't enjoy being forced to play a game every day. So that's just like, what's the best way to put it? I don't do my Marvel Snap dailies every day. I don't do most of the games that I play that are live service games that have dailies. I don't do them every day. Even when I wasn't playing Pokemon, I don't even remember to log in and open my Pokemon packs every day. I do a lot of the days. I think I probably do Genshin Impact dailies more consistently than any of the other ones, but that's also because Genshin Impact has a system where half of the time when you want to log in to clear your dailies, you can do it in less than 30 seconds. You can like log in, click 2 buttons, and claim it. And you can't do that every day, but you can do it probably about half the time. Actually, it's actually kind of funny. I was probably about 1.5 to 2 years into being a daily Genshin Impact player, and I was about to check out because I was feeling daily burnout. And then they added the system, and I was like, oh, I can just do it in 30 seconds half the time. Yeah, which is good. I enjoyed that game. I played it for a long time, and I still at it. We did it on a stream the other day to start, but I feel you. It's tough. It's tough to get around the. Once you can break yourself on the psychological hooks for one of these games, though, it becomes easier in the others. Where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna skip it. It wasn't fun. I'm not interested in it. I'm just gonna give up whatever nominal amount of currency it is. This deck list continues to just like super overperform for me. Our sample size is slowly growing larger here as we get donations to continue running it back on stream, largely from Rad, but like, it's just like we keep winning significantly more than we're losing, and it's just such a weird mix of cards. If you're a Galactus or honestly even just a weird deck enjoyer, this is real good. Love it. All right, we can take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. When we get back, we've got a little bit of an interesting brew for our next viewer submission. We've got this is a viewer deck technically. We've got a Victoria Hand Werewolf by Night stuff pile here. I'm curious to see how managing hand size with Merlin versus card generation goes here, versus how consistently we flip the dog around, eh? I'm gonna go ahead and hit an ad roll, and when we get back, we'll be here with this one. If you're enjoying us sussing out lots of good stuff every single day on stream, and you're watching on YouTube, make sure you tap the like button. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty of snap coming up. Still floating around 1,100 people this afternoon. Good solid numbers post OTA. I think we'll probably. I don't have a hard cut tonight. So I think we'll probably be live until we fall below 1,000 people. However long that takes. We got this deck and one more at least, and we'll do another one after these two if we still got people hanging out. That last deck made me play Galactus Horse. It's just such a weird mix of it, Skyward Frog. I've got a mastery reward to claim. Do I? Where? Isn't this supposed to do it when I click mastery? Is it this one? Oh, it is that one. I thought there was an icon on the thing. Strange. How many 30s do I have now? Because this sorts by 30s once I claim them, right? So this is Deadpool's 30, Miles Morales is 30, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 9. We're two Spider-Man splits away from 2 Spider-Man splits or one more variant away from 30 on him. Close on Kitty, a few splits away. Close on Iron Man. Not close. Close-ish on Carnage. A few number away though. All right, once more under the breach, eh? Meet our honor reveals on turn 3. Or turn 4? Or turn that is? That sounds lovely. Well, my hand's probably going to be too full for that. Magic. Merlin, Black Cat, Magic. Rhino. Cerebro 5. What do we think? Smells like Cerebro 5? I'm gonna go ahead and reset Limbo here. Vince B. Mega, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that. Odd sword to go with that sub-shield. Welcome back. Best in slot Kitty just dropped. That's a big claim. A Lucas for little old me? I'm poking. Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna throw these over here, and then next turn we'll go Victoria, Lucas, Demon Rhino. So this is 7, this is 8, this is 11, this is 10. They probably can't compete on the right, so I think I just play for the center and the right. The last turn Gamma Lab and Polymorph in the Cerebro deck is bold. Especially on a 3-drop, wow. There is not a claim all button for Master Rewards, unfortunately. You can just arrow over to collect them, but yeah, I just ignored them for the most part for a while. And I think eventually I clicked through them during ad breaks on stream. Is Kitty Pride playable these days? Well, we played Kitty Pride as our first deck in the snap segment of this stream. That'll probably be the highlight on Sunday on the channel, I imagine. We did not play her with Hope. We were playing her with Elsa. I think I'm chilling on this for after Werewolf. It's rude. Hopefully we can jump the dog into here and just ping it back and forth left and right. I stopped playing Snap when Pocket came out, so I stopped by your Snap streams every now and then still. I noticed Merlin is in a ton of decks. Is he really good, or is he jank glue? I actually don't know what Merlin's play rate is like. I don't like to answer play rate questions with anecdotes. After our OTA yesterday, Merlin has a 13% play rate. For the last 30 days, he has a 18% play rate, so relatively common. He's like a Nico Minaru-esque card, I think is the best comparison for him. He has a lot of utility. Very flexible in what he does. Oh, maybe I should have Dr. Oct left to try and mess up the Miss Marvel. Okay, that's funny. The Doctor Doom. The Doctor Doom on the right is a reason too. Reason to pull that in there, because now their Cerebro doesn't work. Dodge Fist Tower. It would have ended up being the same, right? I think we're dead here.
Escaped.
Today in The Racism is Fully Mask Off, Governor of Utah Spencer Cox says, "For the last 33 hours, I've been praying the person who murdered Charlie Kirk was from another country." And it's just truly hard to fully put into words how morally bankrupt and abominable human beings the conservatives that are elected in the Republican Party are today. Not to mention the very obvious and overt, we're gonna use our religion alongside our bigotry. I think we're just copying Victoria. There's no hate like Christian love. God, that's painfully true. I love that you speak your mind. Welcome to Hoaglandia, Allbear. If you enjoyed that, you're gonna fit right in. Good to have you. I think we're Iron Patrioting here. Everybody knows that bit from the Bible about jailing the stranger, chat. Come on, we've all read that chapter. Jail the stranger, heal the sick if they can make their copay happen. These are all very Christian things. I've talked about my background on stream before, but I grew up in a conservative Catholic household. Sunday school, altar boy, church lector, the whole 9 yards. Much to their dismay. Honestly, I think a not insignificant part of the way or the things I believe, or the reason why I have empathy and think we should help people the way they do is probably because of those types of things that I read growing up. I just, like, you know, I was cursed to understand the takeaways. Very, oh, there's another turn. Are we cooked? There's another turn. It's probably misery right, given that there's another turn, yeah? Got him. Oh my goodness! They tugged my rug, chat. How embarrassing. My rug, I should have known. Should have known. See, I should have just not been paying attention, and then we would have won. What do you think of picking up Hydra Stomper solely for the Darkhawk Terrax deck? I think if you look back on my YouTube channel, there's a non-movement version of the Darkhawk Terrax deck that I'd probably recommend you just build in that direction instead. Stomper's a pretty narrow card. Religion can be a double-edged sword. Some people believe in it and are better people because of it. Other people use religion for its core design to control people. Yeah, it's the organized part of organized religion tends to be pretty gross. In most instances. Oh, Stomper's got a decent gold bundle coming next week. Yeah, that's the perfect opportunity to pick up a card like Stomper. The actual best thing to spend your resources on is gold bundles that have Series 4-5 cards you're missing. So if there's a Stomper bundle coming up, I have no idea, chat. Go look at one of the Databyte sites. Just remember, the Databyte sites are not guaranteed to be happening. Usually the cards line up, but their contents can mix and match quite frequently. But in general, the like 3,000 to 5,000 gold bundles that have Series 5, 4, 5 card with a variant plus currency tend to be the best thing to spend your resources on. I don't know that we can actually win this game, Chip. I'm not gonna play 2 to 6 though. I think barter screws us.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
No, we're good. Oh yeah, because if she jumps, no wait. If one jumps out, they don't check if both of them jumping out. Doesn't they? But they could both jump out. This went here. If one goes here, we're still winning. But even if they did, if one went here and one went here, we'd still be winning. Yeah. And this is the werewolf of Victoria hits us been a little weird, right? Because like on one hand, I kind of want to just go like Hood into Patriot into 3-drop into Misery them. But on the other hand, if I want to stack all of these, Iron Patriot in particular is a little weird with Wolf. Our personal Fisk Tower feature location certainly isn't doing us any favors at the moment. Calmly decline playing the dog out here. We're still winning this, right? Because we're 3 versus 2. I think there's a chance we're going to have a turn 7 this game. New jug off of Iron Patriot is very good, yes. This is just like... just the most toxic Patriot I've seen in a long time, holy. That's funny right there. I almost feel bad. No! This is rude. This is rude. I was supposed to do that to you. You can't do that to me. horse shit, chat. Oh, yeah, I don't have priority. All jugs all the time. Sounds like a terrible adult magazine from the mid-90s. Jugs with a Z. You get jugs left and fart right. The problem with, I think I need the points on the left, yeah? Because they're a Cerebro deck, chat. Oh, I guess Martyr jumps out though, yeah? Yeah, that's fair. I think it's unlikely they're filling. Peekin! Thank you for the 66 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. You could jug right, so Martyr's guaranteed to fly there. God, there's so many things. I don't know. Part of me just wants to put points here, chat, just because they're a Doctor Doom deck, too. But I guess they're Doctor Dooming, they're not Cerebroing. I don't know. Who knows?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
My initial line one? My initial line one. I just shouldn't doubt myself. I just shouldn't doubt myself. Go with the gut. First line one, center and left. Yeah, and this is the typical Marvel Snap player problem, is I was just gonna play for points in a way that made sense, and then chat wanted to position their cards the way that was the most toxic possible with their interaction. The actual answer was we should just make numbers. Why did the Captain Marvel moving not take damage? They had a Luke Cage, so yeah. The same reason their what's it called got bigger on the right. Honestly, the world's most fair Sakaar. Never before has a Sakaar been as fair as this. I don't know that any of the cards I can draw are actually useful here. I think I'm gonna do this. And then we'll play hard for the left, or for the right, I mean. We'll have the Mirage card plus Firelord. Oh, Titan lets them play that, yeah. Yeah, they're -8 on the left. The Martyr can go center. Unfortunately, I don't think 18's enough on the right. Oh my gosh, they drew Black Cat. I guess it didn't matter. They have Captain Orvlick over the right too. I feel like this deck was exactly as clunky in practice as I expected it to be in theory when someone brought it up earlier today. It's just such a weird mix of... Werewolf by Night and Victoria Hand both have some relatively strict sequencing decisions, and they felt like they were fighting with each other for being able to both get down together. And while there's some on-reveal overlap in the Victoria Hand package, a lot of it's not that hyper-efficient. I also think just Juggernaut as my only interactive bit didn't quite feel good enough. So it definitely felt less good to me than, like, what was it? We played this Victoria Bastion shell or the other Misery Victoria shells that have existed. Misery 2 is a card that's pretty clunky with Wolf, because like Misery encourages you to stack your on reveals up so you can get duplicates on them, whereas Werewolf wants you to spread them out so we can chase them around the board. All right, for our next viewer deck submission, we have a Not My Dance pile. Poor Ares. We've not really played any of him. So this is an Airwalker Sakar pile. The Airwalker Atuba curve unironically seems kind of okay. What is Martyr doing here? I guess she's kind of a free roll with Venom. Yeah, it's just a 1-5 with Venom. That seems fine. Galactus deck. It was fun, Rad. The Baku Galactus deck continues to be stellar. All right, I'm gonna tap it and roll so it doesn't come up over the top of gameplay because that's super rude. I'm gonna click through my shops and my missions when we get back. We're gonna dive on in with this one and see how it goes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Great to have a great audience here for our first post OTA stream. It was a good one. Gamers seem to be hyped about this Kitty Prime variant. So let's take a look at what's going on with that here too. Take some 2-cost cards. Win with Viv Vision. It's gonna be another tough month for winning with the season pass card, it feels like. She's a little bit medium. Oh, Martyr helps get your Venom to power. That's interesting. Interesting thought. Oh, wow, it is 400 tokens for Bastion. That's interesting. I see people are saying Claire Obscura vibes. Agree with that. I do like her pieces where the dragon is visible in the background. A little familiar. Have you seen much bounce stuff at all recently? Bounce is not a common meta deck at the moment, no. I posted a bounce highlight last weekend or the weekend before. At some point in the last couple of weeks, there's a bounce highlight up on the YouTube channel. I think the deck is very reasonable and serviceable if you want to play it. That's all I've been playing this season. Yeah, it's very fun. Looking for gold on Goliath and Mr. Fantastic here still.
Animated frame.
Oh, here's a fun stat, chat. Health insurance costs are on track for their biggest increase in the last 5 years in the United States. That's interesting. Wonder if something specific happened in 2025 to make costs go up. Probably just a coincidence. Small business insurance has also gone through the roof. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. In other news, healthcare execs are announcing large bonuses. Yep. Do we know when the next limited time game mode is happening? I think we have the dates, but I don't remember them. It's they've updated some of Deadpool's diner details, so we'll get to see that. I think we have dates for the diner. I can look at that real quick. It's a good question, honestly. News. Howdy Hunter. The diner. September 18th through the 25th. So this coming Thursday, 6 days. How much is health insurance in the United States? Mine is $300 in Australia. The first year I made a full-time income doing content, my wife and I priced out what it would cost for her to quit her job and just do something that made her happier as opposed to working a corporate gig and largely living off what I made, because I was on track to keep making good money, and I've made all right money since then. 8 years ago or 7 years ago, for my then family of 4, it would have cost us upwards of 40,000 USD per year to replace the insurance her good corporate job provides for my family. And for people who live outside of the United States, I want to make it really clear to you that that 40,000 USD per year is not all inclusive. You still pay copays for doctor visits and ER visits and checkups at the hospital. You still have a thing you have to pay if you need prescription drugs. That 40,000 USD per year would purely be in case someone in my family got hit by a car or had cancer and there were millions of dollars in hospital bills. And if you think to yourself, but Jeff, that's not something most people can afford. What about people that don't have a significant other with a good corporate job to provide that? The answer is they don't have healthcare, and they either skip going to the doctor when they get sick or they go into lots of debt. One of the leading causes of bankruptcy in the United States is medical debt. And it is immoral and it is abhorrent that that is the case. Capitalism is fine for a number of things. It is, however, not fine for making money off of people who are sick. As I often say, I am not a Democrat by choice. I am a Democrat because they are literally the only option in the United States for moving in the even vague direction of the goals I would like to have achieved. Things like the Affordable Care Act were far from perfect, but they were a good step towards reducing costs for a number of people and adding people to insurance that didn't previously have them. Absolutely should have gone further, could go further, but like there's just like, in addition, all of the obvious like bigotry and hate on the Republican Party side aside, like they also aren't going to do anything to make healthcare more affordable. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Once more onto the breach. My personal story is I have been without insurance for 2 years since losing my job due to COVID, and then I was diagnosed with cancer, and I currently have 6 figures in medical debt while undergoing treatment. Yeah, it just shouldn't be that way. Ares needs a black border or not? I don't have any variants for Ares, and I have never split him, so I can't put a custom border on him. Unfortunately. Also, before I move on from the topic of healthcare, the really common conservative lie that is peddled in the United States is that the American healthcare system is more expensive, but it's better for the people and there's less wait times. I would challenge anybody who thinks that that's the case to call a bunch of practitioners in any major city and find out how long it's going to take for you to get seen by a doctor that you're not already a patient for. And, shit, even call your general care physician and find out how long it's going to take you to get an appointment. I forgot to schedule my yearly routine physical at the previous one the year before. And I was like, oh yeah, I should do that. It was like a 2.5 month wait. I have a new patient physical scheduled in about 6 months. Yep. Yep. My dad currently can't get heart surgery he needs because he can't see a primary care physician because they're all booked up. Are we turn 5 elixiring? Are we? Do we just get Cassandra Nova and then Mobius? This can't be possible, chat. We went through a Reddit thread this morning, and the Reddit thread assured me that all of the interactive cards in Marvel Snap were dead, and it would just be people playing their linear decks back and forth. Now, are you gonna go on the record and tell me that Reddit was overreacting and over-exaggerating because they're a bunch of whiny crybabies who just want to play their no-think Shang-Chi cards in peace? There was a Yale study that said Medicare for All would likely save around 70,000 lives per year while reducing U.S. healthcare spending by about 13% or $450 billion per year. Yeah, but the problem is Medicare for All reduces healthcare spending by removing profits from the system and fat paychecks for CEOs. The bloat in the system is a feature. The more I hear you talk about healthcare, childcare, and the school system in the U.S., the more it sounds like you're talking about an intensive farm of human beings to squeeze money out of them. Yeah, I mean, like, people hear me say, you know, I am successful and make low six figures here on Twitch. And, like, my family's upper middle class, don't get me wrong. But, like, when you factor in things like healthcare costs and 20 grand a year for daycare and stuff like that, it's like, people in the United States make a bit more money on average than other people in other places, but it gets sucked out of you in so many ways. And people always talk about, well, nothing's free. It's like, I don't want healthcare for free. I don't want childcare for free. I just want to pay for it out of my taxes like everybody else in all the other developed countries in the world do. It's not complicated. Everybody else has it figured out. There's a big difference between being like, we shouldn't have capitalism and we shouldn't have capitalism profiting off of people who are sick. Right? There's so much that people are like, oh, you're a socialist or you're a communist. It's just like, nah, man, I just want people to not go broke if they get sick. And if you do, fuck you. You're a horrible person. it's all there is to it. It's real simple. It ain't complicated. All right, do we just chew up our star brand? I think we just chew up our star brand. Basically, just get rid of his downside text here. Mindscape's annoying here. This is the second opponent in a row who's had the audacity to interact with me. Oh wait, they're error shit, aren't they? Red border card chat. They're error shim. Hey, this would have been a 3 cost. I would have been able to go Surtur Scar. But we got Mobius. You knew the Shang-Chi was coming because they emoted me.
Wakanda forever. Victory.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Elixir 1, Mobius 0. We've unkicked my sandcastle. Anybody remember how excited we all were at Elixir's originally data mined text? What was his original text box? It was like undestroy a card. It was activate, return a card that blew up this turn or something like that. I guess that would have been worse in that instance. Would have been better. It would have been better in other spots, yeah? Yeah, I think it was like a 1-2 that brought back a card that blew up that turn. Right, if I recall correctly. All right, this gets us a 410. It's fun. Yeah, look at that crossbones coming out at the old neutral location. Hello!
Hello, so happy.
I think I want to contest here. Thinking backwards, you're coming in 3 years. Marvel stamping around for 3 years. And there, what's a card that you thought was going to be non-viable but turned out to be cracked? I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty conservative with those types of estimates on things. I think Prodigy would be my pick for like card I most undervalued. But I wouldn't say that it turned out to be cracked. It just like ended up being playable when I thought it wasn't gonna be very good. Yeah, Prodigy's the closest to what you're describing, but where are they gonna play for, Chip? Oh, we almost had it. That Gambit was 5 out of 7 to win the game, right? We needed to hit Crossbones or Kid Omega. And I think this has been true for a while. And this is part of why I think a lot of these nerfs/changes to the tech cards this latest OTA to some of the more common ones are so good, and I hope a number of them end up sticking. There are so many ways to interact in Snap in 2025, right? Like I feel like they've done a really good job of expanding the range of interaction. And something that I've talked about before on stream is that, like, when I talk about and single out a card like Shang-Chi, it's not even that nobody reasonable wants Snap to be a game where there's no interaction. I just want the interactive cards to be more in line with each other, so there's a clear there isn't a clear this is the one you play. I want there to be consideration for the other options. And I think one of them that's been in the game for a really long time is that this text box to Shang-Chi kind of makes a delineation on is Valkyrie versus Shang, right? Like, why would you ever play Valkyrie when you could play Shang with his old text box? Well, now Valkyrie is a card that impacts the whole lane, whereas Shang is not. Shang is a card that impacts one card in his lane. Yeah, there's so we talked about that before, right? Like why would you play like look how hard you have to work for Spider-Man 2099 or Thing First Steps in comparison to Shang. He's the outlier from the what you get compared to the least amount of effort, basically. Does 2099 finally not need a buff? No, he does. He just needs his targeting not to be freaking random. He needs any sort of quantifier to let you guesstimate what he's going to hit. It doesn't even have to be biggest power. It just shouldn't be fully random in the lane he's sliding into. Same thing with Thing First Steps. It's not even about just like making it kill the biggest thing. Just like give it some predictability and control. Oh, Ares is actually kind of awkward here, huh? I just got Bullseye and really want to try the Bastion Frigga deck, but I'm missing Meek. You can definitely play that deck without Meek, especially post-Bastion. Bastion gives you more threat redundancy. If you've got Frigga and Bastion, I think you can miss Meek no problem. Just play another discard card. Throw like Gambit or Redshift or some other discard enabler in there, you'll be fine.
What a game!
This is actually a piece of feedback I've given Second Dinner really loud and clear at this point, but I honestly think it would be good for them to hear it from some of you at home too. Someone in chat said, yet another deck that's making me wish I didn't have to wait 2 more weeks for Airwalker. I think one of the most annoying things about Second Dinner's current economy is the fact that the event cards go into this Disney vault for 3 weeks. There should, in my opinion, at no point should there ever be a card that's currently released in Marvel Snap that you can't acquire for tokens or gold. It's not even about the FOMO. It's not even about the FOMO. I think it's just an oversight in their system. They haven't triggered Castle Zemo yet, right? So I could do this, and then Martyr will jump out. She can go over here where they're winning. Noel's a big boy. Noel's a big boy. Oh, would I have won? Would I have won if this was enough? I'd have been +5. I don't know that 7 was enough to win it. There's a chance that we need one big thing left in my deck. I don't know. I think if Second Dinner wanted to FOMO card releases with a delay, I think they would FOMO the season pass card. I think that's my this is an oversight and not an intentional design choice. The fact that the season pass card becomes immediately available for tokens as soon as it's out of the season pass, you don't it's not like you have to wait a month for that one, right? And in fact, once upon a time, the season pass card used to have a month in between when it ended the pass and when you could get it free to play. It didn't used to be. So I think if that was the goal, they wouldn't have changed that part of the system either. Really sad we got Airwalker bricked off now. Would have been a good one. Yes, we are playing against Aeroshit again. 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 Let's search her. Let's search her. Am I? Yeah. You don't have to wait a month for the season pass if you didn't buy. You don't have to wait a month for it to appear in the shop. So it used to be, obviously you can't get the season pass card free the month it releases, but initially it used to be a month after that. So like, for example, you wouldn't be able to get the season pass card Galactus First Steps until October. And the September season pass card Viv Vision wouldn't be available for you to get until November, instead of being available immediately the following season.
Minions to me.
All right, so we've lost the right, unsurprisingly. We'll go Starbrand. I'll probably win the left. Absolutely. Tried and true classic. Heimdall lose the game.
Victory.
I was surprised how many people were upset about the tech card changes. Are we playing this in game? So, tech cards make Marvel Snap a markedly easier game to play. When you're playing a matchup without a hoser card, you have to know your opponent's output range and be able to count what their deck can put into a location versus what your deck can put into a location, and make good choices based off computing a bunch of numbers. Whereas if you have a Shang-Chi, or like an Enchantress against an ongoing deck, or a Cosmo against a Wong, or whatever, you just like play your hoser card out and they die. There's no counting, they're just going to die. It's why we make fun of Shang Brain so frequently, where people would like play a Shang-Chi and it like loses to easy, obvious play. It's because the person who's Shang-brained, they literally just aren't thinking about any of it. The game's not that deep. They're expecting to just play the card and have a big effect and let it win for them. The next turn I have 6, and I can do Airwalker Venom. Are you liking the changes so far? I haven't played in a few months. I think Marvel Snap's metagame was in a really good spot before the changes. And I think it seems like we have that same previously good metagame, only my cards get broken less frequently. AKA, it took a good thing and made it better. Alright, so what's the game plan here? I'm going to eat all of these, and then a 4-drop's going to come out. And then next turn, I'm going to Kid Omega my Black Panther, and then on the following turn, we'll Elixir the Black Panther back. So that sounds good, yeah. I don't think I have a room to play the Jin this turn. I'm just playing Black Panther next turn, so this is fine. So we'll Kid Omega the Black Panther, which gives us another... This gives us another 10 power thing, so this will be 1. And then I'll play the Jin out, so we have 8 energy next turn, and this will be 1, 3, 7. That's such a funny way to put that I hadn't thought of before. Nerfing tech cards indirectly nerfs emotes. That's hilarious. It's accurate, but it's hilarious.
Wakanda forever.
Okay, so they have another blue Marvel, meaning they're going to get to 11 here in the center. Then we do this. No, they're a Bastion deck. Just doing Bastion stuff.
Wakanda forever.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting Cage. Our sides hold. Sides holds, cool. Good amount of numbers for us, huh?
Victory.
This deck is a very amusing combination of cards. Airwalker continues to be one of the sweeter releases that's come out in Marvel Snap in the last little bit. So many cool synergies. Gives me big birthing pod vibes for Magic the Gathering in a good way. I dig it. All right, I feel like after that last one, I deserve giving this one some extra games here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We'll be back in 120 seconds with some more of this. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna grab a snack, gamer. I'm feeling a little hungry this afternoon. BRB. My pet card mentioned, I pod my kitchen fix into Restoration Angel. That one takes me back. In response to your birthing pod, I'll magma spray your kitchen fix. Forest Walker! Thank you for the entire year of Prime support. Direct bits like that from folks like you, a big part of why I'm able to do this is my job. Thanks for keeping me around. I think I know the answer, but birthing pod's still banned in Modern, yeah? They haven't come to their senses on that one yet. I have to say, as an armchair game designer, it's been incredibly validating to me to see them unban Jace and Stoneforge and Splinter Twin and all of them be unplayable in Modern, or at the very least not dominating. Some of them I've seen some amount of play, but none of them broke the format. And someone who spent like literally the better part of a decade being like, "Hey, please unban these cards." Watching them actually do it and have them not be that good was, yeah, I know Twin was unbanned. I caught that one. And it didn't do a lot, right? They unbanned it and it wasn't a big deal. Is my understanding of that correct? I know Jason Stoneforge came off and didn't do anything. They unbanned Mox Opal. I missed that one. All right, we need to not draw Ares so that way we can Atuma this Airwalker. What do you replace Killmonger with the Morgan Le Fay deck? I think you still have to play Killmonger there, and you're just not very happy about it. Oh, I forgot Firehair could take the card out of your hand. I said we needed to not draw it, but we could totally draw it.
Wakanda forever.
Okay, so they're cooked on the right. They shouldn't be able to add too many more points into there. I don't think they're a Spectrum deck. And then I think I just play for the center. They get points from ongoing things, but none of these are created cards, so Victoria Hand doesn't do much for them. Or are they adding points, right? I'm scared, Chip. Okay.
Victory.
Obviously a little biased here, because I'm one of the game's premier Victoria Hand enjoyers, especially in the content space. But there were a number of people that were like, why didn't they nerf Victoria Hand after they released Bastion? We'll have to wait and see what the stats look like after the OTA. I'm going to do a roundup video for either Saturday or Sunday tonight once we have some better data. But none of the Victoria Hand decks have had impressive stats. Some of them have, like, they look playable, but a number of the Bastion builds Victoria Hand people were dorking around with weren't very good. And I'd be kind of surprised if it warranted getting kicked down. That's insane. Don't touch the love of my life. Accurate. Leave Brittany alone. She's fine. She hasn't done anything to anybody. Oh, Astradium's annoying for us. Is Wog Namora finally playable? No. To be fair, finally playable is probably an overstatement, because there was once upon a time where that archetype was playable. It's been a minute, but it had previously been playable. Is it currently? Absolutely not. Has it been in a while? No. But they got rid of the location I disliked. Lovely. They believe in the magic, gamers. Can't believe they didn't snap me back. They're like all their Iron Men and stuff in their hand. Maybe they just don't like snapping. I assume we're just out-muscled here. I'm probably just gonna play the game out and go next. Oh, there's an Iron Man from their hand. The Mystique was in their hand too. Their lack of a snap back is making more sense as we see them play out more. We'll give Kid Omega a couple of points here. We'll pull the Crossbones out of our deck. Crossbones and a tuba have a deep love for one another. You could say they've become one. Couldn't. Some people would say, oh yeah, take my 8 cubes, bud. This matchup's real bad for me. All 8 of my cubes are belong to you. I would like to go next. Please and thank you. Gosh, I can't believe Greg Davies would do this to me, chat. The boomer snap with Mr. Negative is peak. There's 2 things Marvel Snap players love, chat. Tech cards and boomer snaps. And they're all out of tech cards. This is Glenn Jones nerfed them all. The jokes write themselves, I try. And it is nice that Taskmaster's up on YouTube for free, I agree. Alright, so we're gonna try and get a big Venom on Throne Room and then eat that Venom with Kid Omega and then bring it back with Elixir. I think is the game plan. I think this works how I want, right? We're gonna have like a 50-ish power Kid Omega. Pretty big, if I do say so myself. Big kid. You're a big kid now. I think it's 56, yeah. Oh, we won't be guaranteed to get back the Venom with Elixir though, right? He can get us a random one. Maybe we just don't play for the throat, or we like scar the left, huh? I'd like to see Viv get a buff selfishly, but I think she's pretty good where she's good. I actually don't know that I agree with that, Sam. I don't think it's currently clear that any of the decks playing Viv actually want to be playing her. I think there's a good chance Viv is just along for the ride because people have weekend missions they need to do. Oh, wait. Kid Omega doesn't take ongoing bonuses and temporary bonuses. He's not Venom. It always trips me up that those cards work different because it's very stupid that they do. They have 2 copies of Swarm, meaning my Scar is just not enough for the left, huh? You think Goliath should erase all cards or just characters? I think Goliath should erase itself because it sucks shit and deletes joy from the game. Fuck that card. Hope that one keeps its power nerf. Yeah, I think we're aggroed here. My opponent also retreated! That's so funny. We're such a coward. I just lost twice because Goliath couldn't get rid of Merlin's spells. Good. Hope you lose a third time to it. The only reason Goliath isn't the singular worst card they've ever added to Marvel Snap is because Aeroshim exists. Full stop. Full stop. Which OTA card is Jeff playing? This OTA isn't about playing cards that were changed. This OTA is about playing cards that were broken by cards from the OTA. I think we're super dead. This matchup's terrible for us. This deck seems very bad. This is the type of deck where, as much as you would like to lie to yourself and tell you that it was being... Wait, what? I got 6 of the 8 power on 2 of my cards? How does that work? I mean, I'll take it, but like, what? It doesn't split the power. I had just assumed it splits the power evenly. That's messed up. My opponent should really try being luckier. It'll probably go well for them. It's like Kahori. Yeah, I guess that makes sense thinking about it. Scar's trying to figure out exactly how excited he should be about this. Oh man, I said this matchup seems really bad for us, but I think we're about to cook them here, yeah? Blade plus what's it called could beat us here. Is it this? Is it this? I think it's this. The martyr doesn't matter. She's just tiebreaker. Jeffers for getting the rocks. Elixir only brings back the cards that blew up on the previous turn. Bringing back Ares to getting another trigger is hot. Wow, I can't believe we won that. Feels like we stole that.
Victory.
This OTA being up for at least half a Deadpool's Diner makes me look forward to that game mode. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the description from the start of season announcement makes it sound like Deadpool's Diner is going to be very reasonable this time around. It sounds like it's basically going to be, they're reusing branding, so I assume they have graphical assets they want to reuse, but it sounds like they really stripped it down to... Sounds like they stripped it down to bare bones in a good way. All right, these resolve left to right, so Asgard's gonna go before Bifrost to draw us some cards. Oh my god. Kid Omega. Kid Omega. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so I was going to blow up the Star brand, but now I want to Kid Omega the Black Panther, because then when Elixir brings back Black Panther, we get that on reveal again, similar to Ares. So this will be, if we blow the Panther up next turn, we put 10 into here, and then Elixir will be 23 on the last turn, which is pretty good. But a little bit above average, mayhaps. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if this deck is very good. I think we get out-muscled in some matchups, but the combination of cards is very unique. I think is a great way to put it. This is absolutely a deck you could use to play Marvel Snap. This deck is one of the many examples of Marvel Snap being one of the best deck building games of my lifetime. It's so good. Grandmaster me, Daddy. Grandmaster me, yes! I feel like Grandmaster discard players do this a lot, where they just put way too many stats in the same lane. Feels like way too often. They just like stack one up. I just copied this deck in, and wow, do I need to booster farm a lot of these cards. Most of the cards in this deck have never been in an interesting deck in their lifetime. This deck list is like unironically a collection of some of the historically most boring cards in the game. So it's somewhat refreshing to see them. Somewhat refreshing to see them all together. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Are we dead to the collector? Alright, cool. We got him. No, wait. We don't got him? No! Ugh. Alright. Freaking Gambit. My face when the Gambit kills the card I wanted to keep. I keep seeing discard players Grandmaster their deck into the same path as their Morbius, which seems like a mistake. Yeah, I agree. Agree. Bastion. Rude. Can I beat double Dakin? I think I can play for the left and the right, yeah, and just punt the building. I guess there's a world where I could compete in the building. It's probably just this, yeah. This is +8 here. That's close. I could compete center. I could go Martyr, Venom, and then that's 15, and then this is 38.
You won't need this anymore.
I'm at 19 on the left, right? I'm adding 8 there. No scored. No scored. No scored. No scored. No scored. And 6 turns ago, we won the conquest.
Wakanda forever. Victory.
I don't know, chat. My gut says this deck is not very good, but at the same time, it's making me feel things. It's stirring something deep inside me. It hasn't been stirred in many years.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Oh, you know, maybe I'm supposed to play Kid Omega off of this, like into here. It's just this. I guess if I pull a tuba out, I'm sad. What took Kitty Shuri out of the metagame? I don't remember exactly what took it out of the metagame, but Taskmaster getting nerfed to 5 definitely sealed the deal. Or nerfed from 5 to 6, sorry. Oh, and then Martyr on Nidavellir triggers Searcher here as well. Less power. I think it's just this then. I'll trigger this one more time. Should be good to go. Not an insane hit, but should be more than good enough here, I imagine.
There's no strings on me.
Killmonger was nerfed opponent, you can cut the Kaira. That's true, you know.
Victory.
That's true, you know. Beep, 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 beep. Right, could we wrap an infinite ticket with this deck? I wasn't sure about. Can we? It's nice to see that. Nice to see the zoo players out with hope in their eyes again. They're gonna make it, gamers. They really are. Do, 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 do. Can we close it out? We need a worthy opponent, gamers. Fun fact, the last round of Infinite Conquest takes a little bit longer to queue because it's finding someone else who's also in the last round. It almost feels like Marvel Snap had a set rotation. Huh. You know, I hadn't thought about it like that, but you're totally right. It does kind of have that vibe. Hello! Oh, come on. Seriously? That's so annoying. I wanted to play this here and then Venomit. I guess with the Atuma draw, we can eat it with Atuma now, but it's still kind of annoying. Oh, their Iron Patriot is definitely eating it. Yo, Moon! Thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Ping me in the Discord server to get access to Beverly Shills. I'll make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action here. Next viewer will now only have to spend 999,708 shillings. All right, I believe we have bitten off more than we can chew on the right. At the very least, their Patriot card is discounted. I suppose Ares isn't necessarily a guarantee to trigger here either, huh? Finally hit Shillionaire, first million on any channel. The first one is always the hardest. Yes! Alright. Alright, that makes him cheaper. Do you think they try and compete on the left? Do they compete on the left or do they compete on the right? I don't actually know. They're probably a Giganto deck, yeah? Is the problem? So I have to eat Martyr, otherwise she jumps out. So I think it's this, but obviously where the Scar goes is a little bit of a flip. There's also a world where like we play Starbrand Scar here and we assume they just punt here, but they could be a what's it called deck? Tale as old as time. Heimdall lose the game. Scar first for the buff. There's not a suitor on the board.
Victory.
Oh, Clubhouse buff. Chat, the Clubhouse triggers when my cards stage face down. Your order doesn't matter that you play for the Clubhouse buff. Not relevant. Just ran into a Mr. Negative Shang-Chi intro. I mean, to be fair, he's better with Shang-Chi than he was previously. Do you think they realized that he wouldn't discard anything if he had no targets? Or do you think my opponent just learned that? Oh, wait, are they hella? No, we have the same number of cards in deck. They're not hella. Interesting. Interesting. I think they gave up. They might have. Agatha. Yeah, obviously they're hella. I meant Agatha. Call out. Obviously, this is getting nothing back. I'm just putting points everywhere to make them play for all three. They've done nothing. Yeah, there's no Agatha. Their deck would be one card smaller if they had Agatha. Lots of 10-2 matchups today. Yeah, gamers like to sweat out the last couple. Excellent. Excellent. Bandito! Thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that sub shield. Welcome back. All right, we closed out an infinite ticket with this one. I think the best description of this deck is this is one of the most creative uses of some of the most historically boring cards in Marvel Snap. I don't know how I feel about it from a pure power level perspective. I feel like our matchups against like discard, for example, if our opponent had snapped and retreated a little bit better, they probably would have beaten us. I think they gave up 8 cubes in one of the few games we were ahead in. I think I would be surprised if on average just to keep up with things like Mr. Negative or discard in terms of raw points, and obviously we're not interacting. But you've got some really cute things. The lines of like Kid Omega into Ares or Black Panther and then bring them back with Elixir to get them re-triggered. Things like using Airwalker with Kid Omega for basically being a 3 energy, 10 power thing. Our scars were pretty regularly 1 energy, which was neat. So if you're looking for a novelty use of cards you already have, this seems like a fine novelty. I don't think I would recommend it on pure power level though. All right, let's take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll, and we'll figure out what we're doing on the meantime in between time. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we could look at some more numbers. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's what, it's been like 7 hours since we looked this morning, or 5 or 6 hours? Which is like 33% more data than previous. That's a good idea. Anybody who's in my alliance, if you're online and could clean out submissions, that would be great. Do I have any drops left? Oh, I can't drop one. Okay, I might be okay. Nope, I don't know that I want to play skills. Let's see if Wong is playable. I think you're going to be disappointed. I think you're going to be disappointed looking for some Woggers. First deck I ran into trying to play Zoo, and they're playing Stardust. Yeah, there are so many interactive cards in this game, chat. All the people talking about how all the interactive cards are bad now. They really just don't understand how many interactive cards there are. I mean, they made some of the most pushed ones better or worse. What are the other cards? Teenage Warhead. Goliath. There's one more, yeah? What was the other one? Shang, Killmonger, and Guardian, Enchantress, Goliath, Cosmo. Oh, and Shadow King. He hit so many. So good! So Warhead slipped a little bit with more play. When we looked this morning, all 4 of these were positive, and Warhead was positive. Warhead has slipped into negative while still having a 50% win rate. Enchantress, I wouldn't be surprised if Enchantress ends up staying 5-8. All right, and sort by. I'm gonna look at all of Infinite for this and sort by game count. Discard, destroy. Ooh, someone asked about Nomura stuff earlier. These stats are actually better than when we looked this morning. When we looked this morning, I'm pretty sure this was very mediocre. This is the adorable deck we just got done playing. Exactly 50% and nominal cube rate. Yep. That tracks. Wog is playable, Copium. We talked about this earlier today, but I don't think it's remotely a coincidence that they left Mobius alone when they nerfed all of these tech cards, because Mr. Negative historically is very good into more linear metagames, so leaving Mobius still the same to have counterplay into the deck you expect to be good once you hit a bunch of the other tech cards makes a lot of sense. This card having a really solid cube rate, decent win rate, and a all-right sample size. I think that makes a lot of sense. Hella is still doing well. Patriot was doing well this morning. Yeah, the Pixie Mobius deck is still fine. It was fine before. There's a toxic looking pile of cards. Wave is so weird here. You only have 2 things you're ramping into. This is some of the best numbers that Sauron has had in a little while. Definitely a deck that's enjoying Shang-Chi being a little bit less common. Wave on 5 lets you play Maw and Infinite at the same time with War Machine. Okay, sure, I can see that. So maybe you're not ramping on 4 as often. You're using it for extra burst on the last turn. That makes sense. This is a cute spice rack type stuff. Which is about to just Google Marvel Snap Pixie Valk or Pixie Ultron. It was also in the best decks roundup on my YouTube channel, Hooglandia Snap. Go to Hooglandia Snap, look at the best decks roundup. So it's over there. It's a deck from before though. What's it called? Odin Hazmat. Okay. Ooh. Should we try this? I was kind of whelmed by something similar before the changes, but Shadow King got worse. Let's try this. I need to do Viv missions anyways, yeah. I looked at this and I saw the variant. This is like the opposite of what they typically accuse Second Dinner of doing, right? They sold me $100 Red Guardian, and then they nerfed him hard. I've been rug pulled, chat. Can you believe second dinner would rug pull my bundle purchase like this? Compensation! Ragnarok, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. When will I be compensated for this?
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Is it Surge over Herbie? Herbie's better with Viv Vision. So, but I'm gonna Herbie. Damn it! I was gonna say I want to Herbie the unknown location because this is where they're least likely to play to. Like, I'm gonna make a rock because I would like some Viv Vision triggers. I got a rock. I got a job done. Oh, they were also playing to there because they have Viv Vision as well. Okay, and then I think I just chased their Viv Vision with my Shaya. As someone who loves Victoria hand decks, is Bastion worth the tokens? I got Moira last week, and now I'm looking at Bastion. Bastion is very good with Victoria, yeah. A lot less narrow than Moira as well. I'll do it again, I swear. Viv and Herbie looking pretty all right here, huh? Wow, fine. I guess you could finally trigger your card. Fine, I guess. This plays for all three pretty reasonably, yeah? Should we kick their Carter? I feel like if they're filling behind Carter, they're not playing for these two. And I'm adding a good amount of points here myself. Like my Human Torch is 14. He's gonna double up. And they actually lost all three, yeah?
Victory.
Like a good showing for our two underplayed cards in this deck. Viv looking genuinely useful there, which is nice to see. So, but wait, did we hit the infinite ticket? We did hit the infinite ticket with the Scar deck.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I guess half of his modes add extra power, yeah? And I just hit this to try and get Viv going? Maximize our chances? This is really unacceptable, chat. I was promised by Reddit that all of these interactive cards were unplayable. I demand that these people personally replaced by Sandcastle. This is unacceptable. So, Brood, Shaw, Surfer, they're gaining 6 here, up to 14. I'm gaining 18 up to 23. In the center, I'm gaining 10, and, I'm going up to 10. So this is plus 7 and plus 6. I'm gaining 13 up to 22. Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, cool. We went left and right.
Victory.
We are currently unmatched in the Viv Vision Surfer off chip. Obviously created the perfect deck for the Viv Vision mirror match, if you would. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards.
Oh, snap.
I'm sure they're happy with that, but my hand's pretty solid too, so let's go. Ooh. An RG. Who doesn't love a turn 3 Gwenpool between friends, really? Lizard Agatha, eh? Actually, I don't really need 5th energy next turn. Oh, they're Nightmare Agatha. Okay, sweet. You've got to be forking shirting me right now. We're gonna land the double mode, trust. Yeah, I think that's one of those instances where we probably don't snap off the energy mode if we find it. Look at my 2-power Red Guardian. My poor Sarah. Alright, they have a gladiator on top of their deck then. That was an iron-ladded typhoid berry that found gladiator on top of their deck. I think it's this, and I take the points here. We're giving them a 3-4, but they probably don't have bandwidth to play a 3-4.
Opponent snapped.
Sure, frag, let's do it. Just want, I'm here to game, gamer, let's game. We're hoping top deck Surfer next turn. Could have gone better. Great, Carter got the buff. Oh, we drew the worst of the two cards that were in our deck, which is sad. Human Torch would have been... Well, I guess the Human Torch wouldn't have been that much better. It would have been 6 versus 3. It's a little bit bigger. That is a Sage Starbrand. It's just this. Play for all 3. This is still effectively 9 points because it's 5 from here and then 4 from this.
I'm coming for you.
Either way, unfortunately, here. Even our Human Torchlight would have been enough. We needed Surfer not to get sniped. We needed Surfer not to get sniped by Gladiator and for us to be able to draw it there. What do you think of the odds that Second Ender brings back 4-cost Darkhawk after an OTA? I think there's a next to 0 chance Darkhawk ever costs 4 energy again. 5 energy. 5 energy Darkhawk is consistently a competitive and playable card. There's no reason why they would buff a card that's consistently playable. If you're looking for some Darkhawk builds, there were 2 different Darkhawk highlights on my YouTube channel last month at least. Terax gave that card some new angles to play from.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Come on, just murder this. Do I even need to get Sarah down, or would I rather get Human Torch going? Okay, I think I'd like to get Human Torch ticking. I think I'm waiting on activating this for the time being. This could get the one that buffs the other lanes. We can put Carter here and then pump her. Right? Bit of a move bounce enjoyer here. Iron Fist is free in hand. All right, then with Sarah, whenever I draw next turn, it's free. And this is going to be the plus power mode, so we'll be able to do that next turn. Well, not free, but I'll be able to play it out with the rest of my hand. That's what I mean to say. Great. So we'll go Carter. And then we'll activate Herbie. Do I want to activate Herbie next? Or do I want to put Shaw out? Maybe it's this into Shaw here, into activate Herbie, into this, into this. Yeah, I think so. I'm not contesting much over here, but a pretty solid amount of points here. Carter's going to get up to 5. That might feel kind of safe being +7 on the right. Not contest that as hard, so I like going hard there. Opponent's got some noodling to do. They've got a bunch of cheap cards and things that move around the board, so I gotta figure out exactly how they're gonna sequence here. It's a lot of stuff. Missed the Sebastian shot with that, which is unfortunate, but still a chance to take it down here. Ugh, I don't know that I expect 9 to hold up on the left. Oh, it ain't over until the fat lady's done moving, Chip. All right, we were losing there for a minute. Everything ended up. Everything's gonna be all right. Do, 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 do. It's so funny that the locations that initially stage your stuff at has 0 relevance to where the power actually ends up. Yeah, it's just like, it's very much just gotta like wait and clench and see where the noodles fall. It could be anywhere, even at a spot that's favorable for me. Things you love to see. It. For the regulars out there, just a reminder, I know the data was a little undeveloped with the sample size small when we looked at it on Untapped. I'll be putting together a best decks roundup this weekend once we have some more time for gamers to populate information on there. We'll have some of my favorite decks that I've played, as well as things from a data-driven perspective. Make sure you're subscribed over to the Hooglandia Snap on the YouTube side. We'll get that put together. Honestly, there's so many changes. I might usually I put that video out on Saturday morning. I might put it out late Saturday night instead. Or maybe I'll wait. Usually I record it Friday night. Maybe I'll wait till Saturday morning to record it. So we can have overnight Saturday, get like a day and a half's worth of data. I feel like I need more. I feel like what we have there up there already that we looked at today isn't quite enough for me to be happy with to post something about. What would I do for a Klondike bar. What would I do with Herbie's 2 extra energy next turn? Probably nothing. I think I just want a Gwenpool, right? I think we vibe. Ah, I should have made the energy, chat. They can't just play Red Guardian out like this. It's illegal. Thanks for the 27 months, GOZ. Welcome back. Stupid guy and his stupid shield. What if I put Viv Vision here, actually? I'm so torn. It's probably just Gwenpool. I really wish I would have made the energy. What do we think of the idea they can't compete on the right because of Human Torch, ergo we should play for the left? I think that's the line. It's probably right to leave, honestly, but... Oh, 15-point Brood is so many. Mr. Fantastic, mercy, mercy. Can we start the next game, bud? We gotta roll our face across the emotes some more here. Still no universal mute. Yep. Ben Brode enjoys you feeling harassed. He considers it a feature. It's most unfortunate. The Herbie has a 2/6 or 2/7, or sometimes buffing our stuff has been really nice. It's one of the big winners from the what's his name nerf is definitely Herbie. It's felt pretty good in a lot of the decks I played him in. Gwenpool into Sarah here. Nice even spread. I do this, and then we can play Carter here, Shaw here, Brood here. And then with the Human Torch happening, I think it's this now. We just don't contest here. Carter would be 14. I guess Carter would put me to 28 here with the Surfer, and then they would be at, they're currently at, say 10, 14. It's actually kind of close. It's like, stick with my gut here, but I think there's merit to being like, Brood here, Carter here, Surfer here, I think is the other permutation that makes sense here. So I can get relatively large on the left. Both of my sequences won at the game. Either was good. Us having Sarah to be able to have more burst there at the end, definitely important. According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. Robinson reportedly admired people like Nick Fuentes. Oh, man. That's just, you know... Could be... And for reference, that's the shooter. That's the shooter. Just so we're clear. For reference, by the way, people like I forget what her name is. Is it Laura Loomer? Laura Loomer's her name, right? Had posted something last week about how Charlie Kirk wasn't a real Trumper. Explain who Fuentes is to the audience. Fuentes is a Nazi who will tell you he's a Nazi instead of pretending he's not. Motig, thank you for the 21 months. Yes, Loomer is the jigsaw. For people who aren't familiar with her, Loomer is jigsaw. It's the best way to describe it. The reporting on that, for people asking, is the link I have that was sent to me from someone is a Twitter account by the name of David Schuster. Shuster. I think it's just here, and then I throw some more noodles in the center. How do we feel about noodle center? I think 20 covers the left every time. Maybe it doesn't. I guess it really depends on how Viv went. I don't know. Their Shaw is already down. A crazy Brood could get us on the left, but okay. All right, Brood, take the wheel. Oh man, Luna Snow's a good roll. You've got to be for. Wait, did we hit it? We did it. Skill game.
Opponent snapped.
Herbie. We love the herbs, chat. And I live in a state run by Democrats, so I'm allowed to enjoy the herb if I so choose. Perfectly legal. Oh man, hopefully they play for the Scar Grand Prix for the energy so we get a Viv trigger. If we get one Viv trigger with this hand, it's insane for us. Rip. Rip. God, my poor card, chat. Girl just cannot catch a break. Well, I mean, his last mode is make energy, which isn't going to do anything next turn, so might as well tap this. Do I play Sarah center so I can play Carter here? No, I don't think so. Herbie getting juiced up. Our hand's real mediocre, so I wouldn't be surprised if we lose, but I think we just kind of spread them here and hope for the best. If they have a Gwenpool, Outstanding, and Galacta, though, so I assume we're toast. Spread them and hope for the best is the name of my sex tape. God bless. Hello? Come on, opponent. We got 2 more to play if you beat me here. Busy emoting. That is probably the case, yeah. Ooh, I feel like if they play middle, we have a decent shot. Yeah, we got him, yeah. We gonna double up? Coolio. I wonder if the opponent's playing Sarah or not. It definitely felt like every game we had Sarah, we were pretty far ahead. Like even that game, right, where like they had Surfer and we didn't, us just being able to play out the 3 things seemed pretty important. I win two more with Viv Vision here. I think we can do it, gamers. I think we can do it. We get our weekend chores done on Friday? What? I was just about to say playing against Sauron probably means we need to avoid Monster Metropolis, but Crimson Cosmos means we don't have that privilege. I actually don't think I can just fill this turn because I think I need I think I need points of power here. Yeah, I think it's this, and I want to put the surge bonus on top. I'm gonna add 10 more points of power over here, so we might be good enough here. Yeah, we're good. We're good there. We're not gonna be good over here. Should have snapped me before Crimson Cosmos happened, gamer. I tried to play best of 1 with you. You declined. Is Herbie enough better than Merlin to make the switch correct? I mean, Herbie is like really pretty solid with Viv Vision. Much more so than Merlin. Just so for now. Thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 resub. For hanging out for almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. Come on, Herbie. I'm just doing that to fill this for Human Torch. Brood dodging every single one of those is very unfortunate. I guess we do this and hope to top deck a Surfer. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Oh, it's a less teched Marvel Snap board field. Predictably great. Honestly, it's tough not to gloat. Like, it's like, I think Snap was in a pretty decent spot beforehand, and like, having my sandcastles be kicked less aggressively makes it markedly more enjoyable. I really think one of the things, like, and it's not like the people who are like, well, Marvel Snap's just solitaire now. It's just not remotely the case. Like, there's so many interactive cards in Marvel Snap now. The main thing they did with the ones that they knocked down is they knocked down some of the most generically powerful and applicable ones. So now there's more consideration in which interactive bits you're playing and why. It's not just like, oh, I want a piece of tech. This one's really powerful. Let's play that one. Few good hits here. Hopefully they hit the Surfer. The Surge has honestly felt kind of mid in this deck, if I'm being honest. I feel like I haven't had... Maybe it's just because I keep drawing Sarah. She might be better in the games without Sarah. Could be the case. I guess it's going to be like Carter into Brood on the right to hopefully capture the Rocket Pad bonus. Yeah, 5/8 Enchantress actually has really good stats on the tracker so far. That's actually a nice one to have hit here, so I could do this into this. Oh my goodness. Wow. Brutal. That's so close. Oh, that's an unfortunate 50-50 for us. We just kind of hope that 27 holds on the right. I know it can't though, yeah. Because they have a 2/7 Mirage in their hand. What's the line? Do I assume they play the deterministic one here and then do this here and hope that they don't have enough to finish? Because this is the only other created card that we know about. They played the other one. Yeah, I think it's actually this. I think we play Sarah here and hope they play here and can't beat the 5. It's 1-7 because, sure, they have a 7-pointer they can play on the right to win it deterministically. And we look like we're going to have an extra 6 points here, so that means they probably contest here with their next biggest thing. Let me just hope it's smaller than 5 and that 17 holds here. Yeah, there's the 7 power thing. Nailed it. Cool. Sick. Oh, they're playing the werewolf build. I guess they're playing Bastion too. We tried some of this werewolf Victoria hand deck earlier. It felt really clunky. All right, we need one more win with Viv Vision for the weekend, huh? One more Viv Vision win, if you'd be so kind. Jeff, any thoughts on running Fallen One instead of Sarah for a higher upside and potentially dodging more BS? It's not really a higher upside. Your average case scenario is significantly worse with Fallen One. You need to have +3 power in order to be able to play 3 drops on the last turn with Fallen One. So you need a Viv trigger and a Gwen pool, or like a Surge and a Gwen pool, and that's asking a lot. Very, very specific things that have to have happen. Like, you're right, it's more resilient, but it's like way higher variance. You're ultimately going to come together way less often. All right, Herb, I'm gonna need you to slide to the left. Hopefully they don't have Victoria hand to copy here. That would be real bad for us. I'm very confused why Wiccan would be good. Double power. Double power. Rock. I could make a rock, but I think I want to hold out for double power since he's at 8. If she moves to here, that's fine. Hey, look, they're the Killmonger deck. Oh, wait. These are zeros in there, huh? That's not great. I think I'm still just doing it, because this is going to be a random, and then I'm going to Surfer here. I don't have anything else good to do with my energy. This turn's the problem. I accept. Humbly and graciously. And then this is guaranteed to be double up next turn, right? Which I think is ideal. I think I'd like 8 points rather than energy. Do we think they can beat 14 on the right? How much is this center? This is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21 exactly. Holy crap, I just saw the OTA change. What's going on, Duck? They finally did it. They have a raccoon. They do have a raccoon, but I'm adding way more points to the raccoons. +4 is on the left, yeah. Yeah, and they, as predicted, they just didn't play for the right. And then we hope that Herbie's double plus the surfer crushes the left. B cards. Oh, they didn't even play the rocket. Interesting. Oh, I guess the rocket didn't hit the first time, right? So he's only can only be 7. That's still bigger than the Nico would have been. America Chavez like really doesn't have a bad variant. Oh, Rocket died after Morgan came out. It totally did. Yeah, because it was behind the Airwalker, right? That makes sense. Forgot about that sequencing. Herbie, is it random? Does it cycle through the 4 modes in order? So, Herbie is like Nico Minaru. It cycles through its modes randomly, but it doesn't repeat. Meaning, if you play Herbie on 2, you're guaranteed to know which mode you're getting on 6. With the asterisk being, if there's a 7-turn game, he'll repeat one randomly on 7. So by keeping track of which modes Herbie has gone through, I can know what I'm going to get as the game goes later. So like, for example, something that comes up a lot is on the second to last turn of the game, if you cycled through every mode except the extra energy, you know to just use whatever modes you're on the second to last turn, because hitting the extra energy on turn 6 isn't going to do anything for you. So it's one of those kind of like mental load things where you want to be keeping track of the effects. We don't even read the cards. You think we could remember all of those? LOL. All right, well, we did our win 8 games with this in less than an hour, so I think I'd call that a success. Honestly, I think one of my takeaways from that is Red Guardian, even at 0 power, still felt like an incredibly reasonable and serviceable card in a number of spots. I'm going to be really curious to see what they do with a bunch of these tech cards in 2 weeks and what the data looks like, because my initial impression feels like I didn't do a monkey paw wish. It feels like the tech cards are still reasonable and there's still a lot of interaction in this game. They just took a lot of the top bits and made them worse. If you're looking to knock out your Viv Vision weekend missions, this seems like a plenty serviceable pile to do it. If you're missing Irby or Surge, make sure you replace them with some other cheap cards that can put some points on the board, so when you play your Viv Vision on 3 occasionally, she can trigger. Herbie in particular, having 2 different modes that power him up, either double power or make a rock with this. Both felt reasonable. Do you have a favorite Bastion deck? Yeah, there were 2 or 3 different Bastion highlights up on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel this week. You can check those out, and we'll have best decks roundup on the Hoaglandia Snap channel probably tomorrow afternoon, I think is my game plan. For the next leg of the stream, I would like to give a sponsored shout out to Holes Kern, who makes my wonderful timepiece here on my wrist. It's got a nice little slick clasp on the back. Let's give the camera a good look at this. They make premium jewelry for men and women, as well as watches. All of their devices that they create and jewelry are ethically sourced and manufactured in small batches. They are originally a small business that was started in 2015, and they ship all of their things out of Vienna. My own watch here, really holding it up to the camera, doesn't do it justice. Let's show you what this bad mamma jamma looks like on some nice high-res pictures and not my thing struggling to autofocus. I personally am very partial to like dark blues and blacks and things like that. So when I looked through all of their timepieces, those were the ones I was looking for primarily, and this is one that caught my eye. I actually just got my Holzkern ring in, and it's beautiful. I've been looking for a replacement for my wedding band, and the sponsorship can come at a better time. Awesome. Yeah, they have a whole range of stuff up here. Let's take a look at all of the different colors and things that their watches are made out of. Like I said, they have a big focus on like natural materials, so a lot of different range of stones, and they have things like this. This is their walnut and leaf. You can see here a lot of really good wood textures or things like leaves in the backgrounds of these. I personally like some of them more. A number of them are got a very steampunky vibe to them. Where's the one? There's a couple that like the innards are like semi-transparent, like you can see through to some of the gears open. Where's one of those? There's a few of those when we click through. Oh, I love this is what I almost picked out too. Really, like I said, I really love these dark blues and the blacks. The leaf texture looks really slick on that. Where is it? Yeah, like this one here. Or a few of these where you can see the mechanics and stuff inside of the face. Looks really slick. Given the state of everything, gestures broadly at the world around him, I think it's also worth a call out if you're someone who lives in the United States like myself. Oh, this is the one. Sorry, blue with the gears exposed. That's one. I was almost picked this one too. That they've Holzkern has done their due diligence to make sure you're not going to get hit with any surprise import taxes or tariffs on your devices since they're shipping out of Vienna. Whatever you pay on their site at checkout is going to get your product delivered directly to your door with no surprises or issues as things come on in here to the US. They do also ship worldwide, so if you live in one of the many other countries in the world, you can pick something up from them using my code as well. You don't have to worry about those things outside of the US. Lucky you. So I mentioned they just got their ring in. And some great colors and ranges of stones in these as well. Or if you're someone who doesn't like the jewelry range that's slanted for the male variety, they also have a range of things focused around women's jewelry and watches as well. Some more pinks and purples and whoever else. I'm on the west coast of the USA. I ordered an item and it was here within 5 days. Nice. Thanks for checking out the sponsor, Big Red. In addition to my code giving 15% off anything you purchase, we also got a giveaway for Holzkern. I've got a $100 gift code that we're giving away completely for free. You just got to make sure there's something up here that you would want to use it on. So check out their website. Join up on the Discord server and I'll pick a random person that reacted to the post in there later this evening. Shout out to the sponsor, not only supporting the stream, but also giving us some goodies to give away as part of it as well. Bandlets. They have sunglasses up here too. I should look at wood sunglasses. I haven't clicked through this one before. Those look pretty clean. Very hipster vibe for sure. Not that that's a bad thing. I know that fits some of our audience here. Ain't never played a tech car in their life. All right, gamers, I am heading out for the weekend. Appreciate everybody that was here all the way through the end of the stream today. There will be lots of deck highlights up on the Pokemon and Snap channels. We'll have a Dex roundup on the Hoaglandia Snap channel once we get a chance for some more data to populate. That's a mixture of data-driven and my own anecdotal experience. We're going to be back on a Monday morning, and we'll be absolutely doing more Snap then. Today was a ton of fun, and I think the metagame's in a pretty good spot. We'll probably play a second game as well. I'm not sure what exactly, but we'll see you on it over the weekend and come back. But definitely more Snap live on Monday. Peace, folks.